Chapter 1257. Before going to work in the afternoon, Tao Anchi brought a pile of documents to the office area and called a girl from the same group. Tao, what's this? I took half a day off. These are for the afternoon. Can you help me take care of them? Okay, but why so sudden? What's up? Something happened at home, so I'm going back. If there's nothing else, I'll be back on Sunday, Tao Anchi said quickly. But seeing that she was already dressed and carrying a bag, it was obvious that she was ready to leave the company. The girl looked helpless. Their plans for the weekend were probably cancelled. Tao Anchi left the company and went back to her rented apartment. The train ticket was sent out at 5:20 p.m., so it should be early in the morning by the time she arrived. She didn't plan to go back. She couldn't find a good time to book a ticket at the last minute. So she could only choose a later flight. Later on, she called her younger brother, Tao Kai, twice. Tao Kai blamed her a little and said that she didn't have to call him. He even asked her if it was difficult to call him. Tao Anchi didn't know how to answer. She just said in her heart, maybe it was really hard. It seemed to be because of her personality. She didn't have a happy personality like Tao Kai, who had been independent since he was young. It was probably because of genetics. Actually, she didn't care about the few times she faked her illness before the new year. It was funny when she thought about it. They were mother and daughter, but they couldn't talk to each other properly. When she started to pack her clothes in the apartment, a protective talisman suddenly fell out of her coat pocket. This was the talisman that her mother went to the temple to ask for during the new year. She gave one to Tao Kai and one to her. But she didn't go back during the new year. This protective talisman was sent by Tao Kai later. On one hand, it was because the holidays weren't long. On the other hand, she didn't want to face too many questions when she went home. She was already 27 or 28 years old, and marriage was often talked about. This was probably a problem that all unmarried young people faced. Maybe she should have a good talk when she went back. Tao Anchi held the protective charm in her hand, but she couldn't find the words to say. She knew that she was really too competitive, just like a hedgehog. This time, she made the decision to go back at the last minute. She didn't even inform Tao Kai. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she felt. She didn't know when it started. Not only did going home not become something to look forward to, but it had also become a burden. Tao Anchi lay on the bed. A gentle white light flashed in front of her eyes. At that time it was for love. That was when she still had the purest and most beautiful longing for love. She even felt that it would be very difficult for her to fall in love with such a boy in the future. When their relationship was at its peak, the boy promised her marriage. She truly felt that she was the happiest person in the world. I don't agree. This was the cruelest thing that her mother had ever said to her since she could remember. She felt that she had grown up and was independent. Actually, the traffic is very convenient, and it doesn't take much time to go back and forth. I'll come home often to see you. Besides, there's still Tao Kai at home. Can you not be so dictatorial? Can't I think for myself? This was also the cruelest thing she had ever said to her mother since she could remember. She chose to stay because he promised her. She felt that she was brave enough until she saw the boy's parents. We don't agree. She didn't feel despair because she always believed that he would shield her from this, just like how she shielded her mother. I'm sorry, I really like you, but she suddenly understood. Later, even she didn't know why she still stayed in this big city after breaking off the relationship with him. But she knew that it wasn't because of the man who gave her a dream. Maybe she just couldn't find the way home. This dream was really long. Tao Anchi opened her eyes. Her consciousness went from blurred to clear. She wondered if she had missed the time, but the sky didn't seem to be dark. She subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Maybe she could still make it. But where was this place? She was frightened. Her consciousness was blank, and she felt flustered. She was so flustered that her heart almost jumped out. She looked at everything that had become huge. Little girl, why aren't you eating? Are you full? Mother, Tao Anchi looked at the face in front of her. She was suddenly not only frightened. She looked down at her hand and saw that her palm had turned into a pink meatball. God! She felt that this dream was too strange. She shouldn't have woken up yet, right? Otherwise, how could there be such a strange thing in the world? She remembered the 100 years of loneliness. In the absurd novel, Gregor turned into a huge beetle. It was just a dream. She wouldn't even remember it after she woke up. She calmed down and told herself that, but she didn't know how she should wake up. Maybe when her phone rang, she would wake herself up. She could only look forward to this kind of external stimulation. Sure enough, I still want to see you. Even in a dream, she raised her hands or forelimbs. Her mother's face was close to her, much clearer than before. You little girl. Zhang Lihong liked this little girl more and more. She held her in her arms. Shall I give you a name? Her mother's voice sounded in her ears. She realized that the cat's hearing was unimaginably developed. She could even hear her mother's heartbeat. A name? This dream was too real. She hadn't woken up yet. Did she sleep too deeply this time? She let Zhang Lihong put her in the basket in front of the bicycle. Looking at the basket, which was quite high for her, she felt weak. I'm not a real cat. Let's call you Little Naughty. The voice was still so clear. Tao Anchi didn't care too much about the name. She just vaguely remembered that her mother also called her that when she was a child. Naughty. No child was naughty. Aren't you naughty too? How many times did you pretend to be sick last year? It's said that people live more like children when they get older. You really torture me to death. How many times did Tao Kai tell you not to ride the bicycle? Did you listen to him? You don't listen to him. You want us to listen to you. The bicycle swayed and then began to stabilize. The people and things in front of it were getting closer and further away. Tao Anchi looked at it and climbed out of the basket. She put her paws on the ground and poked her head out. Looking at the scene in her vision, she suddenly missed the taste of Elidor. Come, one for each of us. When she was a child, she always came home from school like this. She really couldn't bear to drink it all in one gulp. She always put it in the fridge first and waited for it to cool down before she was willing to take it out and drink it in small sips. It was only 100 milliliters, but it could last for a long time. Now, her mother didn't even prepare it. Actually, there was a lot of it at home. She would bring it home if she couldn't sell it all. Actually, it seemed that she was used to not drinking it. Ah, you little brat, you're so naughty. Dangerous. The name is right. Zhang Lihong reached out and pressed the little brat's head down in the basket. Who's the dangerous one? You're the dangerous one, okay? Don't forget that you're still riding a bicycle. Don't wander around and go home, okay? Why are you wandering around the streets alone? You're alone. Why haven't you woken up yet? Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Ah-hong, ah-hong. A middle-aged woman, dressed in the same clothes, rode a bicycle over. She had some impression that this was her mother's coworker. She couldn't remember her name. Ahong, why are they all sold out today? It's all because of this little brat. Ah, where did this little brat come from? Let me see. It was more or less a little greasy. She struggled a few times, but really couldn't resist this greasy Annie. Right? She remembered her name. It was an auntie who lived not far from her home. When her mother first started this job, it was this auntie who introduced her to it. The two began to chat. The greasy auntie took out a small bag from the basket in front of the bicycle and said, "My son and daughter-in-law brought back some tangerines for you to try. How can I accept this?" Zhang Lihong was a little happy. Her mother naturally liked tangerines. She knew it very well. Seeing Zhang Lihong peel one and eat it, she wanted to send some back in the future. Well, it's a little sour. Zhang Lihong frowned, but she was still greedy. After eating one, she began to peel another one. Eat less. Don't treat it like a treasure, okay? Our son is back. Don't come out to ride the bicycle these 2 days. Zhang Lihong looked at her friend and smiled. The greasy auntie said, I'm not selling anymore. I'll quit after this month's goods are sold out. My son said that he doesn't want to go out to work anymore. He came back to start a small business. He opened a breakfast shop and asked me to help him. Isn't that good? Zhang Lihong was really happy for her friend. She was a little sleepy as she listened. The topic of middle-aged people was still very far away from her. Perhaps it was because of the cat's body she always felt sleepy. The weather in the south was cold in March and April. She curled up in her mother's arms and didn't move. Your Tao Kai is also doing well. I heard that he entered a big company and has a bright future. The greasy auntie said with a smile, You should think about your life. Don't be so tired. Zhang Lihong shook her head and said, I'm bored. Unlike you, I have a grandson to take care of. The greasy auntie knew Zhang Lihong very well. They talked a lot in daily life. How are you and Tao Tao recently? Zhang Lihong smiled and said, How can it be? We just call each other. We don't see each other usually, but the phone still comes often. I don't. She suddenly remembered that others said that parents never said bad things about their children in front of others. Isn't that good? The auntie smiled happily. Although this child is a little stubborn, she is very protective of you. I remember when you were a child, this girl would take a broom and stab people when you made things difficult for them. That's a lot of trouble. Zhang Lihong smiled and looked down at Pixie, who was in her arms, and stroked its back. I like this girl too. Why don't we introduce her to someone when she comes back next time? Someone with a good character, the auntie suggested. She opened her eyes and looked up, afraid that her mother would agree. This was the most troublesome thing for her. She should be able to do it, right? Oh, don't worry about it. Zhang Lihong laughed and said, I won't give you money for a matchmaker. Besides, it's not a big deal to get married later. Tao Tao is doing well outside. She said that she wants to focus on her career. Besides, it's not the same as before. It's not a big deal to get married later. Nonsense. You are the one who talks about this topic with me every time, so you have been protecting me all along. I really don't know what to do with you. The auntie shook her head and left after chatting with Zhang Lihong for a while. Zhang Lihong packed up her things and stood up. Her waist was sore when she stood up, so she had to massage it gently. Meow. She looked at it and cried out faintly. Then she put her paws on it. She was a Scottish fold. What's wrong? You little guy, are you going to massage my waist? Zhang Lihong thought it was funny that this little guy was so smart. She picked it up and said, It's okay. I'm used to it. Used to? When and why you don't tell me? Meow. When it was almost night, she was sleepy. Cats were really fragile. She fell asleep without realizing it. It seemed that she was carried by her mother to the market. It should be time for her mother to prepare dinner. She hadn't been to this market for a long time. When was the last time she was here? Her memory stopped at a very short time. Her mother was carrying her 1-year-old Tao Kai and holding her hand. When it was time to close, the food in the market would always be cheaper. Sister Hong, do you want chicken? You want to kill one of the chickens you raised last time? No, I can't finish it in one meal. Zhang Lihong shook her head and said bitterly, You continue to raise it. I'm telling you, I'm raising this chicken for my daughter to eat. If you dare to sell it to others, I'll scold you to death. Sister Hong, we've been neighbors for so many years. What do you mean by that? Okay. Do you want half a piece of salt? I'll eat it. I didn't eat a piece when I came back last time. You. How long have you been waiting? Meow. Are you tired, little guy? We're going home soon. Do you want to buy a fish for you? Meow. You're not coming back for dinner? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm sorry, Mom. I have to work overtime. I can't help it. Don't wait for me. I promise. I'll wash the dishes when I come back tonight. Okay. I'll talk to you later. Really? Zhang Lihong hung up the phone helplessly. She looked at the half a piece of salt on the table. I can't finish this much. Meow, I'm here. I'm here. Little guy, why aren't you eating? She saw the little guy lying at her feet and biting her trousers. Zhang Lihong held Pixie in her arms and laughed. "What's wrong? Do you want to eat with me?" "I'm here." Okay, let's eat together." Zhang Lihong carefully picked up a piece of fish, removed the bones, and brought it to Pixie Puppy's mouth. The TV was on. Zhang Lihong didn't sit at the dining table. She just watched TV while eating alone. Last night, a fire broke out in the factory area of a famous company in our city. Fortunately, the firefighters arrived in time, and there were no casualties. Zhang Lihong raised her head and muttered to herself, "Aya, such a big fire. It's really lucky that no one was hurt." Another news report was on. Zhang Lihong muttered to herself again, "Are you always so lonely?" Only the lights in the living room were on, and the sound of the TV was playing. Zhang Lihong held a bowl of rice and spoke in small mouthfuls. Occasionally, she would say a few words to herself. Later, Zhang Lihong fell asleep and leaned on the sofa. She wanted to wake her mother up, but she couldn't. She was so anxious. Wasn't she afraid of catching a cold? She was wearing so little clothes. She wanted to bite a thin blanket, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find it anywhere. "Tao Kai, you bastard, the weather is not warm yet. Can't you put a heater in the living room? Didn't I send one back to my family? I can't cover my mother with a blanket. Tao Kai, you bastard. Meow, meow." She finally jumped onto Zhang Lihong's body and snuggled into her arms. At least she could give her some. Meow. She woke up again, but she didn't wake up from the dream. She looked at the clock on the wall. It was past 9 o'clock. Tao Kai hadn't come back yet? She was still on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket. She was so comfortable that she didn't even want to move. Where was her mother? "Hello, Dr. Li. It's me, Zhang Lihong." "Yes, I want to do the checkup you mentioned tomorrow, can I?" "Doctor, checkup? What checkup?" She jumped off the sofa and ran to Zhang Lihong's feet. Her mother didn't say anything. She squatted down and put Naughty Puppy in a new cattery on the balcony. She knew her mother went to bed early. "But you haven't told me why you want to do the checkup." "Checkup?" She suddenly felt an unprecedented fear. Zhang Lihong wasn't at home early in the morning. When she woke up, there was some food in front of the cattery. Considering the cat's appetite, she probably didn't need to eat for a whole day. She didn't see Tao Kai, but judging from the clothes hanging on the balcony, he should have come back late last night. Checkup? Was he doing the checkup? She was thinking about it. The balcony door was closed, so she couldn't go anywhere. Even climbing onto the balcony was extremely difficult. She knew that it was hard to get through a day alone, but she had never known that a day could be so long. This dream didn't seem to want her to wake up. She thought about it for another hour, zoned out for another hour. When she was half asleep, she suddenly felt it was good to stay like this. At least she didn't have to worry too much. It wasn't until the evening that Zhang Lihong came back from grocery shopping and started to get busy. Tao Kai got off work early today, but he went out after dinner, saying that he had an appointment with a friend. Her mother didn't mention anything about going to the hospital for the checkup. "Tao Kai, you bastard, don't you care more about her?" "Tao Anchi, you are the one." She finally had time to spend with Zhang Lihong. She waited for the whole day. "How long do you want to wait for me to see you? Can you tell me what kind of checkup you went for?" Meow, her consciousness began to blur. She suddenly had a feeling that maybe she was going to wake up. This was just a dream. She woke up. She did wake up, but nothing had changed. It was past 11 o'clock. Tao Kai, this brat, had he gone too far? She kept complaining in her heart. But at least Tao Kai was still in this house. What about me? She heard the sound of typing and felt strange, so she jumped down from the sofa and followed the sound. This was her room. Why did her mother come to her room? She didn't understand and came to her mother's side. Zhang Lihong was sitting in front of the computer. This computer was about to be phased out. She bought it when she was still in school and hadn't used it for many years. But she didn't want to get rid of it. Could this thing be turned on? She didn't know. She didn't live here for long. so she didn't want to deal with it. It turned out that it could be used. She was a little curious about what her mother was doing. Zhang Lihong was wearing her reading glasses. She looked at the keyboard and then looked to the side, pressing the keyboard with 2 fingers. "Hey, little guy, you're awake?" Zhang Lihong carried Pixie Puppy up dotingly. "Meow. Don't disturb me. I need to do something. I'll give you a bath later." Zhang Lihong patted Pixie Puppy's head. She looked at her mother in confusion. When did her mother become interested in computers? But it was good. At least she could find something interesting. Social media. She didn't even know what kind of name her mother would change to. She didn't want to chat with any weird people. There were too many scammers on the internet. She couldn't help but worry. Red in the sky. She was stunned when she saw the name. What? Wasn't this the account her mother had been using? She still had it saved in her phone. But they rarely chatted. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This dream was long enough and realistic enough. Would he never be able to wake up like this? What should she do? Why didn't you update today? Zhang Lihong muttered to herself. She turned around and looked at the screen. She was stunned by what she saw. "You're looking at my updates." Zhang Lihong moved the mouse bit by bit. Text, text. And after the text, there were pictures. "Didn't I ask for leave?" Yesterday's. Wasn't this a dream? She was in a state of confusion, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. She saw her mother open up a selfie of herself from yesterday and enlarge it. She didn't understand. Zhang Lihong took her phone, zoomed in on the photo on the screen, and took a picture. She still didn't understand, but her heart suddenly hurt. "Let me show you something, okay?" She saw her mother's satisfied smile. She turned off the computer and carried Pixie Puppy back to her room. She took out a photo album from the bottom drawer of her wardrobe. She opened it and showed it to Pixie Puppy. "How is it? Remember this person. Don't be scared when she comes back next time." Zhang Lihong said gently with a smile. She showed Pixie Puppy the album page by page as if she was teaching it a lesson. When she was a baby, when she performed in kindergarten, when she was in elementary school, when she won first place in the junior high school sports competition, when she graduated from high school, when she graduated from college. It turned out that there were so many. She looked at herself as she grew up. It felt like a lifetime had passed. It was almost time. After she graduated from college, she was still flipping through the album, and a new page appeared. The first time she attended a company event, the first time she went abroad for a trip, the time she went to a restaurant she liked to eat, she knew where these photos came from. She knew why her mother took that selfie with her phone. Did you always take photos like this? When she went to the movies with her colleagues, was it always like this? When they celebrated her birthday, she smiled happily. "This is my 27th birthday. I actually made a wish last year when I was promoted last month when I caught a cold and was on a 4 drip at the hospital. This is so ugly. I deleted it long ago. Why did you take it? Why did you do it? I'm sorry. Mom, I'm sorry." Meow, meow, meow. Zhang Lihong smiled and rubbed the corners of her eyes. She screamed even louder. Meow, meow, meow. She screamed at the top of her lungs. This scared Zhang Lihong. "What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well, little one?" She hurriedly hugged it in her arms. "Meow, let me say something, okay?" "Meow, let me say something. Let me." The Scottish fold fell into a deep sleep. The sky was bright again. Tao Anchi opened her eyes. Where was her mother? The first thing that came to her mind was to look for her. She really couldn't stand being trapped on the balcony for another day. However, she was in bed. On the bed in her apartment. She's back. She's awake? Tao Anchi was stunned. She felt that her mind was in a mess. However, since she had woken up here, it was just a rough night. She heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she also felt a sense of emptiness. After going back this time, she should talk to her mother properly, right? She thought so. However, there was no time. In the morning, Tao Anchi was stunned. She grabbed her phone and looked at the time. 2 nights had passed. She only felt dizzy, and waves of hunger came over her. This was real. Could it be that she had slept for 2 whole nights? She was startled, thinking about the dream where she turned into a Scottish fold. She grabbed the phone and called her mother, Zhang Lihong. No one answered. It kept ringing, but no one answered. Tao Anchi was anxious and called Tao Kai. Hello. Sister, good morning. What's up? Are you home? Didn't I wake you up just now? Where's Mom? I called her, but she didn't answer. You should go and see her. Okay. Wait. Let me see. She's really not home. Breakfast is ready though. Oh, no wonder she forgot to take her phone. Well, it's fine. Maybe she went to buy groceries. Or she took Pixie. She didn't take Pixie out? Where did she go? Go and find her. Sister, I worked overtime last night. I was so tired. Besides, Mom is so old now. It's fine. What do you mean? Didn't you go out drinking with your friends? Don't think I don't know. How did you know? Didn't I tell you? You're pissing me off. Go and find her. I'm coming back now. Sister? Beep. Not a dream. Not a dream. No matter what it was. Tao Anchi hurriedly got up. She didn't have time to think about the train ticket. She took a taxi to the airport and bought a ticket for the earliest flight. You're really back. When Tao Kai woke up, it was already 3:00 in the afternoon. Tao Anchi's eyes were red, as if she had been crying all the way back. He immediately woke up. Sister, what's wrong? Tao Kai was shocked. Tao Anchi said in a hoarse voice, Didn't I ask you to find Mom? You only know how to sleep? Did something happen? I don't know. I'm very confused now. Anyway, get up now. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't put on your clothes and come out, don't talk to me anymore. Tao Anchi angrily walked out of the living room. She didn't even have time to change her shoes. She looked at the time anxiously and at Pixie, who was in the cattery on the balcony. She still felt that it was unreal. She just pinched her arm hard, and the pain pierced her heart. It wasn't a dream. She rushed into her mother's room and found the photo album in the smallest drawer of the wardrobe. She opened it, and her heart ached. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. What a silly mother! She even forgot to bring her phone. Zhang Lihong sighed. She had a bad memory. She left the house with a heavy heart in the morning and didn't remember until she arrived at the hospital. The report hadn't come out yet. She had to wait until it came out. It was said that time could pass very quickly or very slowly for the elderly. It could even pass by without them noticing. Zhang Lihong sat alone in the hospital. Time really passed quickly. She was in a daze for a while, and it was almost time. It turned out that she had been sitting there for a whole day. It was almost time, right? Zhang Lihong stood up with her hands on her knees. Just now, the nurse came over and told her that the report was out and she could go to the doctor's office. Zhang Lihong looked at the people who were waiting for their numbers to be called or sitting there like her. It was really uncomfortable to stay in this place. Dr. Li, my illness! She looked at the doctor, who was about the same age as her, and nervously grasped the red shopping bag in her hand. Tao Anchi didn't tell Tao Kai about her strange dream. She just said that her mother might be hiding something from them and secretly went to the hospital for a checkup. This really frightened Tao Kai quite a bit. Dr. Li? Tao Kai was stunned. Yes, you know. Tao Anchi suddenly grabbed Tao Kai's arm. She was still holding the photo album. A few days ago, Mom fainted and was admitted to the hospital. I looked at the information, and it seemed to say something like Dr. Li. Could it be this is the hospital? Tao Kai pointed at the entrance of the hospital as soon as he got out of the car. Tao Anchi took a deep breath and walked in with a serious expression. At this time, the phone rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was a call from her boss. Tao Anchi gritted her teeth and directly hung up the phone. The two of them split up and looked for her in the hospital. She didn't know why, but she had a very strong feeling that it would be in this direction. Mom. Zhang Lihong sat on the chair in the corridor in front of the doctor's office, holding the checkup report in her hand and sitting there in a daze. Mom. When she looked up, she saw Tao Anqi standing at the corner of the corridor, gasping for breath and then quickly running to her side. Anqi? Why are you? Mom. Tao Anqi cried and directly hugged her, sobbing on her mother's shoulder. Mom, I'm sorry. I won't go, I'll come back. I want to come back, I want to stay by your side. Mom, don't leave me. You child, why are you crying? Zhang Lihong's heart ached, and she hugged her. Look at you crying, it's nothing serious. I know. Tao Anqi cried. Is it a checkup? Zhang Lihong opened her mouth and finally sighed. The doctor said it's benign. He just asked me to rest. You can see if you don't believe me. Benign. At this moment, she discovered that it was actually this kind of happiness. On the street. Sis, you've really decided to come back? Tao Kai curiously put his arm on Tao Anqi's shoulder and asked, Didn't you say that you still have a chance to be promoted this year? Tao Anqi rolled her eyes. You idiot, if I wasn't at home, no one would cover my mom when she fell asleep. Tao Kai muttered, You make it sound like you've covered her before. What did you say? I said you're so beautiful. If you weren't my sister, I would definitely chase you. Go to hell. Zhang Lihong walked in front with Pixie in her arms, very happy. Behind her, the sister and brother were talking and laughing, just like when they were little. When they passed by a photo studio, Tao Anqi suddenly called her mother and Tao Kai down. She suddenly had an idea in her mind. Why don't we take a family photo? Zhang Lihong glanced at Tao Kai and laughed from the bottom of her heart. Of course, that's a good idea. Tao Kai pushed the door open and walked in, only to be greeted by a blonde girl and a smiling young man at the counter. Hey, aren't you? The young man said. Is there anything I can help you with? Tao Anqi came from behind and hugged Zhang Lihong and Tao Kai. Can we take a family photo? Of course. The young man smiled. The preparation was very fast. In the studio, the blonde girl turned on the lights and the young man took a golden camera. Come on, everyone smile, will you? Wait, Tao Anqi suddenly said. She thought for a while and then held Pixie in her arms. She had an indescribable feeling. The little guy tilted his head and blinked his eyes. And him. I don't know how many people's reports don't have the word benign written on them. I just hope that everyone has a benign story. There are no twists and turns in this story, and there is not much suspense. It's just a very simple story. Suddenly, she remembered the lyrics of a song. Even though there's nothing urgent, he still says he's busy. Even before leaving, he told me to finish the soup in the thermos. Old and young are safe under the house plate, even if it can be posted for 10 more years. Still can have dinner together. God knows how many times. Chapter 1258. In the dark room, Luocio gently put the magnified photo paper into the developer tray prepared by Miss Maid. Black and white lines appeared on the pure white photo paper little by little, like ink melting in water. He enjoyed this process very much. In the dark red security light, Luocio raised his head and met Miss Maid's eyes. They smiled at each other. After 60 seconds, Luocio picked up the photo paper from the developer tray with a new pair of tweezers and put it into the stopping liquid tray. After about 10 seconds, he picked up the photo paper again and put it into the fixing liquid in the third tray. When the timer returned to 30 seconds, Luocio smiled with satisfaction. He picked up the photo paper and washed it with distilled water. He didn't intend to speed up the drying process. Although it was only a matter of thought to separate the liquid from the photo paper directly, he obviously preferred to watch it dry naturally. This would be an enjoyable process. Master, where do you plan to put it? Miss Maid asked softly. Luocio smiled. Just hide it. Just like the small ball, or the small plate of gemflowers, or maybe just a seed. Yu Yi knew that her master always liked to collect these little things. Although they were small, The thought contained in them would be like agarwood beads sinking in water, and the fragrance would linger for a long time. It had nothing to do with the shop's profit, but the master's hobby of collecting. Miss Maid had always let this hobby go, because she gradually fell in love with these things. The washing was done in private, and the finished product had already been sent to the family, who left happily. Well, I used the equipment of this photography studio. Before leaving, Boss Luo directly restored the used items to their original appearance and weight. If he directly paid for it, it would be a bit strange. The real owner of the photography studio actually fell asleep in the lounge. In fact, it was already time to get off work, but his family lived upstairs. How could he fall asleep? The owner of the photography studio shook his head in confusion. Just as he was about to return to the front of the shop to pack up, he vaguely saw two figures leaving. He rubbed his eyes, but he didn't see anything. Maybe he was just seeing things. Who cares? Nothing was missing anyway. It's already so late. On the street, Luocio raised his head and looked at the long street in front of him. It was like a lens, pulling all the way to the end. He glanced at the cabinets of the electronics store that he passed by. The TV series placed on the cupboard were broadcasting programs from different TV stations. The boss's gaze stopped at the news channel. Recently, several homeless people have gone missing in the city. The police appeal to the public to be careful when traveling. Luocio stomped his foot. Miss Maid whispered, "Master?" Luocio shook his head and didn't say anything. He turned around and took the maid's hand. He smiled and said, "Accompany me for a while." It seemed that Araya had begun to prepare a new script after he very willfully redefined Renziling. The original war between the transcendence and the secular world was naturally postponed. The direction of the big script wouldn't change. Since the choice of the reboot this time was the war between the transcendence and the secular world, although the time of the reboot was postponed, it wouldn't really wait until then to really take action. Of course, it would make all kinds of sufficient preparations in the early stage. The protagonist of Renziling was the Path of Cloth before. It was just unknown who the protagonist would be after Renziling. In fact, Luocio could ask it properly. After all, the higher authority was placed here. However, it was better not to disturb it during this period. Sometimes Luocio felt that he owed Araya number 003. He had already asked it to change the big script once. With Araya's deduction ability, it wasn't difficult to change the script halfway. However, it had to deduce again and again. If Araya had a heart, it would probably explode. It was like a designer who was constantly troubled by customers and had to change the drawings again and again. Some of Boss Luo's bad interests suddenly appeared. It was unknown whether this manager without a heart would really explode. It should be very cute. Wharf Warehouse District. In the middle of the night, a Black 7 series slowly drove in. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a container. Seeing the car, several young men who were guarding here hurriedly put on smiles and greeted the car. "Boss Chung." "Good evening, Boss Chung." The man who got off the car covered his nose with a tissue. Chung Yin didn't like the smell here. There were all kinds of smells, of course. There were all kinds of people. When he came in, he met two similar cars, but they went to different places. Many smuggling bosses would choose this place to unload their goods. Chung Yin didn't speak first, but just nodded. The young men who were waiting here understood and took the lead to make a gesture to the people behind. Then, two young men slowly opened the container behind them, while the other two young men waited with an iron pipe and a watermelon knife. The door of the container slowly opened as two strong light beams shot in. At the end of the container, Chung Yun saw more than 10 sloppy vagrants in ragged clothes. He couldn't tell their ages at the moment. At this moment, they were all curled up. When the light shone in, they naturally showed a frightened look, but some of them looked sluggish. "Boss Ching, how is it?" "There are 16 of them, all according to your order. The leading big brother fawned. They are all picked up from the outside. Most of them are idiots and no one saw them." Don't worry, my brothers are all clean. Really? Chang Yun said indifferently. Actually, his voice was a bit hoarse and sharp, which made him look sinister when he spoke. The leading big brother nodded and bowed. Of course, we will definitely do what you ordered us to do well. Chang Yun sneered. Really? I heard that the police recently received a few cases of missing vagrants. How could it be? The leading big brother hurriedly said. Humph. Chang Yun snorted. How could it be? It was reported on the news on TV. Do you think I'm an idiot? Fat chicken. Do you think it's easy to earn my money, so you can earn it however you want? The leading big brother, Fat Chicken, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Good people were afraid of troublemakers, gangsters, and hooligans. But these troublemakers and hooligans naturally had people they were afraid of, like those who had great influence in government and business. It's like this. Fat Chicken was frightened. I have 2 bastards who couldn't find anyone to report to. So I went to the train station and caught 2. Maybe it was a mistake. Humph. Boss Chung, I won't do it next time. I'll restrain my men. Fat Chicken swallowed his saliva. Give me another chance. I'll do as you say next time. Chung Yin was just trying to scare them. He always needed them to do things for him. Nowadays, it was hard to do any business. Most of the black-hearted guys had started to change or turn white in the past 10 years. Therefore, when he was looking for people to do things for him, he might only find the same group of people left. No need. Chang Yin said coldly, now that there's trouble, you'd better hide. Don't hide. Go somewhere else. Don't stay here. Boss Chung, what do you mean? Fat Chicken didn't understand Chang Yun's meaning. Chang Yun rolled his eyes. Don't you know how to go to the county below to find people? Can't you find a place to shoot? How do you survive? Yes, I understand. Fat Chicken nodded at once, then asked shamelessly. Then, Boss Cheng, what do you think of the goods this time? Chang Yun glanced at them and waved his hand. Someone came up from behind and looked at Fat Chicken. Don't worry, Master Chung will pay you for your hard work. Be smart next time. If something goes wrong, you can go to Thailand and come back to start your career. What? Fat Chicken didn't know what that meant. He only thought that Thailand was not bad. He had played with some transvestite before and still couldn't forget about them. He was hopeless with such quality. This year's hooligans were not good enough. Chang Yun sighed in his heart. He glanced at the goods in the container and then muttered, Why is there a bald head? So unlucky. Soon after, the container got on the car and drove away slowly. 3 haggard researchers in white robes were pushed into an office by several men. They looked a little frightened, and they looked like they had not had a good rest for several days. This place was still Austin Pharmacy. It had been 3 days since that night's incident. The researchers in the underground lab didn't know what happened outside. They only knew that after the cultivation cabin exploded that day, they were locked down by the intruders. The 3 people who came were the main leaders of the research team, 1 head and 2 assistants. They thought they were going to meet Mr. House, but they didn't expect it to be Mr. House's personal assistant, Jimmy. His Chinese name was Tang Tianlin. You can leave first. Jimmy. Tang Tianlin waved his hand. Several men who were obviously not ordinary security guards nodded and left without saying a word, closing the office door. Tang Tianlin sat on the chair, looking at the 3 leaders who had been in charge of the underground research project for the past few years. His gaze made them feel scared. Assistant Tang Wei. Seeing their uneasiness, Tang Tianlin said expressionlessly, Let's not talk about the intruder. This experiment was supposed to fail, right? The 3 of them trembled. The doctor, who was the leader, gritted his teeth and said, Assistant Tang, I'm solely responsible for this. I was the one who hid it from Mr. House. But I had no choice. A technology like consciousness transfer isn't something that can be researched by humans at this stage of the game. Not to mention consciousness transfer. It's not even possible to replicate consciousness. But Mr. House urged me to do it. I really had no choice. I'll take responsibility for this myself. I hope you can let them go for the sake of everyone's work over the past few years. Doctor. The two researchers behind him looked sad and indignant. Tang Tianlin waved his hand, motioning for them to calm down. Although this experiment failed, I think it's not bad that it failed. The three of them were originally on tenterhooks, but after hearing the second half of Tang Tianlin's words, they were stunned. What did this person say? Not bad that it failed? Tang Tianlin said slowly, I plan to disband this research team. The three of you and your team members, I'll arrange for you to go back to where you came from and reunite with your families, but not now. I didn't hear wrong. The doctor looked at Assistant Tang in front of him in disbelief. Mr. House would disband this research team? This was impossible. No one knew better than him about the old man's persistence in living. Unless Mr. House was already, suddenly he seemed to have thought of something. He more or less knew some things about Mr. House. This old man didn't leave any descendants and was all alone. If Mr. House couldn't be reborn, then his wealth would be. The professor stared at Tang Tianlin in fear and did not say a word. That's all, Tang Tianlin said calmly. I'll arrange for you to stay somewhere else first. You won't be able to leave immediately, but I'll allow you to contact your families first. Of course, I don't want you to talk about what happened these past few years. 5 years ago, House was able to find you and your families. I think it won't be difficult for me to do what I did 5 years ago again. Don't worry, we definitely won't reveal what happened these past few years. Go! I'll give each of you a sum of money. Just treat it as your salary for these few years. Tang Tianlin waved his hand and then pressed the landline on the table. Soon after, someone came in and took the three away. Tang Tianlin stayed in the office alone. This was originally House's office, where the entrance to the underground laboratory was. The lock on the office door was changed the next day. He had found the mechanism to enter the underground laboratory in the past 2 days. After locking the door, Tang Tianlin opened the entrance to the underground laboratory again. He slowly walked down the stairs. Other than the researchers who went out, the guards who died here had also been cleaned up and left. It took him a lot of effort to deal with the bodies. Apart from that, there were no traces of cleaning up here. The fragments of the exploded cultivation cabin were still scattered all over the ground. Tang Tianlin walked alone into the area that was originally provided for the researchers to live in. There was also a place to shut down the disobedient researchers. It was a water prison specially built by Mr. House. At this time in the water prison, a man in a white shirt was shivering in the cold water prison. He was chained up. After hearing the footsteps, he became extremely agitated. Let me out! Let me out! I'm Jimmy, Assistant Tang. I've been kidnapped. Let me out! He had no choice but to stop shouting. Then he revealed an extremely frightened expression, looking at the man who appeared in front of him, wearing his own clothes, and even having the same face as him. That day in the club, the devil who suddenly appeared behind him knocked him down and replaced him. Don't come over! Don't come over! He struggled in the water prison in horror, causing waves of water to splash. At this time, Tang Tianlin squatted above the water prison and said indifferently, Looks like you're still very energetic. Maybe I'm early? Jimmy suddenly stopped his agitated struggle. He raised his head and looked up with resentment. He gritted his teeth and said, Qin Zhang. Tang Tianlin said indifferently, House won't live for long. When I pull out the oxygen tube, he'll die. Don't think that he can save you. After all, you're just his first failure. What do you want? He roared in the water prison, Qin Zhang. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Last time you didn't die. I didn't expect you to hide and even have plastic surgery to look like me. Do you want to take over the entire Austin group? Chapter 1259. In the water dungeon, Jimmy's expression was still angry, but since Tang Tianlin started asking questions, he started to panic. How do you know about the perfect human? Tang Tianlin said indifferently. Is it strange, or have you forgotten what kind of people were in the original lab? Jimmy lowered his head and didn't say anything. The original lab. Will Douglas, Qin Zheng, Nan Xiaonan, several names flashed through his mind. I don't know. Jimmy raised his head. House didn't tell me about the perfect human cells. I was just a tool in his hands. Do you think he would tell me all his secrets? Tang Tianlin said coldly. If you were really just House's personal assistant, but you're not. Jimmy frowned. He was at an absolute disadvantage in the current situation. His life was in the other party's hands. But as long as this guy was interested in the perfect human cells, at least he had a chance to negotiate, even though he really didn't know where House hid the cells. I'm really just House's personal assistant. Jimmy shook his head. Did you misunderstand something? Do you think I'm his illegitimate son? Tang Tianlin glanced at Jimmy and seemed to realize something. So you still don't know your identity? Well, with House's suspicious and distrustful personality, he wouldn't tell you this. Qin Zheng, don't play riddles with me. He roared with all his might. Tang Tianlin sighed. It's okay to tell you. I've said before, you're just House's first failed product. And you're from the original lab, created by me and my teacher. Nonsense. Jimmy's expression suddenly became extremely angry and frightened. Tang Tianlin said indifferently, that's the truth. The cloning technology has been around for a long time. Why do you think House waited until today to start his plan? It was true that House wanted immortality, but the initial concept was not like this, where his consciousness would enter a new body. Of course, reality proved that this was impossible. At least with the current technology of mankind, it was impossible. So, since my teacher was taken away, House has been living in a nightmare that he might never wake up from. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Jimmy's voice trembled, something he had never thought about, something that made him feel terrified. Don't you find it strange? Tang Tianlin sneered. You've been by House's side and work for him, so you should know his character the best. Let me be clear. Why do you think you're important to him? Do you think you're really outstanding and surpass everyone? You're just a replacement that House cloned in the beginning. Tang Tianlin looked at the man with pity. In the beginning, House didn't want to transfer his consciousness. He just wanted to have a complete and healthy body that could provide him with fresh energy at any time. It was also genetically compatible with his body so that there wouldn't be any form of rejection. Simply put, you're a part that House created. You're even his last resort. If he couldn't survive until the experiment succeeded, you'd probably be sent to the operating table to provide enough organs for his body. Nonsense! Jimmy roared. I'm me. I'm Tang Tianlin. I'm nobody. I have complete memories from birth to now. Don't lie to yourself. Do you remember anything before you were 10 years old? Tang Tianlin shook his head. The only memories you've experienced are these few years. Before that, you've been under a kind of hypnosis since you were born. We couldn't transfer your consciousness back then, but through hypnosis and drugs, we could still give you a complete life. Bullsh asterisk T. Bullsh asterisk T. Bullsh asterisk T. He madly used the iron chain to stir the water prison, and water splashed everywhere. But at that moment, Tang Tianlin took out a kerosene lighter from his clothes. He opened it and closed it, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard clearly. Jimmy didn't know what he was doing. Like a beast, he rushed to the edge of the water prison and tried to climb up, but to no avail. His nails even fell off from clawing at the wall. Tang Tianlin was expressionless. He just slowly said some words that were unrelated and had unknown meanings in various languages. Snake, butterfly, paper, Leonardo da Vinci, 17, femme, la libertati. Jimmy, who was on the verge of losing control, slowly calmed down after Tang Tianlin's voice and the sound of the lighter. In the end, he even stood still in the water without moving an inch. Tang Tianlin finally said. Return to Ashi. Jimmy instantly seemed to have been wound up. His eyes were empty, but his voice slowly continued. Snake, butterfly, paper, Leonardo da Vinci, 17, femme libertati. Return to Ashi. Tang Tianlin smiled and put away the lighter. He looked at Jimmy and said in a low voice, Welcome back. Number 1, do you still remember me? I'm Qin Zheng. Hello, Mr. Qin. Jimmy said word by word. His eyes were still empty. I need information about the perfect human cells. Tang Tianlin said slowly, How much did House tell you? Tell me all of it. He never told me anything about the perfect human cells, Jimmy said slowly. Tang Tianlin frowned and said, But you obviously know about the perfect human cells. Jimmy raised his head slowly. This is information I obtained by accident. It was information about the perfect human cells when I overheard House talking to someone on the phone again. Phone call? Do you remember the content? Tang Tianlin stared and asked. Jimmy said, Saint Ritual. He seemed to be begging the person on the other side of the phone. He hoped that the other party could help him get rid of the pain of his illness. He hoped that he could accept the first. Accept first? Tang Tianlin frowned. Jimmy stopped. He couldn't help but ask, First what? Jimmy shook his head. He found me outside and immediately cut off the call. Since then, he rarely talked to anyone on the phone in front of me. Except first. Tang Tianlin walked back and forth on the water prison and whispered, Saint Ritual. Tang Tianlin suddenly turned around and looked at Jimmy. Since you found it strange, didn't you do anything? Jimmy was in a state of asking and answering questions. He thought slowly and said slowly, I traced the source of the call. It was a call from the United Kingdom, probably from Middlesbrough. Tang Tianlin muttered, Has House been to Middlesbrough in the past few years? Jimmy shook his head. He's been in China all this time. He hasn't left. Tang Tianlin continued to ask, Does he have any secret properties in the United Kingdom? Jimmy said directly, He has a manor in Middlesbrough, 2 ranches, 2 yachts, and a private jet. Tang Tianlin stared at Jimmy for a long time before slowly exhaling. He took out the lighter again and let it emit the same rhythmic sound. At the same time, he reversed the disorderly and meaningless words he had said before and read them again. Return to Shur. La Libertati, femme, 17. While Jimmy was repeating those words, Tang Tianlin had already left the water prison without making a sound. At last, Jimmy said slowly, Return to Shur. His body suddenly trembled. His empty eyes regained clarity. He felt the cold water and the pain from his fingers. He roared again. He couldn't remember what happened. When did the other party leave? He didn't even know. However, the feeling of being controlled made him feel fear that he had never felt before. When Tang Tianlin returned to the office on the ground and closed the secret passage, more than an hour had passed. He sat alone in this luxurious office and seemed to be thinking about something. He muttered to himself. The woman that night seemed to be Nan, but how did Nan's hands become so good? Could it be? No, the voice, the reminder, and the face shape are almost the same. Even if there's something to hide, I shouldn't be mistaken. He sighed slowly and stood up. Maybe I should get in touch with Nan, using the identity of Tang Tianlin. But now is not the time. Thinking of this, he pressed the landline on his desk. Prepare a car for me. Assistant Tang, where are you going? Tang Tianlin thought for a while and said, Let's go to the hospital. I want to see Mr. House's condition. Yes, Assistant Tang. Beijing time, 22:23 p.m. The building called the Temple of Heaven had turned off all its decorative lights, and the tourists had also left. This place was empty, extremely empty. Above the huge round altar was the dim night sky. A young man in his 20s with a square face was walking slowly in front of the square of the Temple of Heaven with his hands behind his back. It was still very cold, but this young man's clothes were so thin. He didn't seem to be cold. What was more strange was that when the cold wind blew, it automatically separated from him. But it was late at night and there was no one nearby, so this strange scene was not seen by others. Built during the Yongle period, the young man sighed slowly and murmured in the night wind, "How many things have I missed?" He looked at the night sky of the entire capital from here. It didn't take him much time to come here from the coastal area of Minan. But the moment he stepped into this huge historical capital, he felt a sense of restraint. He could feel that there was something terrible buried under the capital. What kind of expert could set up such a big array? Could it be the successor of the Cotton sect? He didn't forget why he came to the capital alone this time. He needed to find the Zhao family, who claimed to be the most orthodox descendant of the Zhao family. But it didn't seem easy because of the omnipresent pressure in the capital. Ordinary people didn't feel it, but at his level he could easily sense it, especially when he used the most extreme method to force himself to stay in the world of the living. Maybe he was better than demons, but compared to ghosts, he wasn't much worse. The closer he got to the center, the more the righteous energy of heaven and earth, and even the vigorous human aura of this country, faintly suppressed him to the point that he couldn't breathe. But after all, he was once the emperor of a dynasty. Even though the Zhao family's dragon veins had been broken, there were still some remnants. Someone had an outstanding descendant with great luck, and there were faint signs of the Zhao family's dragon veins being reformed. He, the former emperor of a dynasty, got some benefits instead, so he wouldn't be treated as a ghost by the array under the capital. But he had to be careful. Forget it. He shook his head. Let's wait for Gong Fanqing to find us. Thinking about it, he felt a little dispirited. On one hand, the luck of this new country was so strong that it made him feel rather powerless. On the other hand, after going north and seeing the progress of the modern world, he felt like he was walking into an illusion. He didn't even know if it was right or wrong for him to wake up 1,000 years later. It's such a good night, it's a pity not to drink. But just as he turned to leave, a long voice came from behind him. He frowned and turned around, only to see a figure walking on the moon above the altar. He was wearing a white tang suit, and his hair was mixed with gray and black. He was holding a pot of wine in his hand. Finally, the man in the white tang suit landed in front of him as light as a feather. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "When did such a terrifying martial arts expert come to the capital?" "I actually didn't know. I've been too lazy recently." He frowned. The man in the tang suit gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. This person was even more powerful than his previous subordinate, Gong Sanhua, who had died in the hands of Song Haoren. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. I'm also very curious that there is such a martial arts practitioner in this world. How should I address you?" The man in the tang suit smiled slightly, took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "Those who know me all call me an old man." He couldn't help but smile, and then said seriously, "When an old man is angry, blood flows like a river. What an old man!" Old man. Fire Cloud, evil god, looked up and down at this young man. It was easy to see through the age of a martial artist, but Fire Cloud, evil god, really couldn't see through this person. He couldn't see through his age, but only felt that he was evil and terrifying. His whole body was like a blood demon, full of murderous aura, but there was a strange dragon aura protecting him. Chapter 1260. Let's try the sword. The old man's breath broke through the waves. He exhaled, and an earth-shattering and powerful true power of a martial cultivator instantly swept over. However, such a huge amount of true power did not damage a single brick or tile on the Temple of Heaven Square. He stood there motionlessly, with a wisp of chi and blood on his body, blocking the old man's breath that seemed to contain the sound of wind and thunder. Whether he was a master or not, he would know with a try. The old man could suppress so many Taoist warriors by himself. His vision was so high that he could definitely be ranked in the top 10 in the whole Kelowna. The old man's eyes shone with a dazzling light. Outside the Shenyuan Palace, where the inheritance of the human emperor is, I didn't expect there to be such a person in the world. Your Excellency, I'm going to be serious. He snorted. As the emperor of a dynasty, when had he ever been so noisy in front of him? But this martial arts master in front of him mentioned the Shenyuan Palace. Was it related to the inheritance of the human emperor? But as the emperor of a dynasty, he had also received the inheritance of the Shenyuan Palace and received the support of the Shenyuan Palace to pacify the world. He only thought for a moment. The self-proclaimed old man in front of him was so powerful that he wasn't inferior to him. He suddenly turned over his palm behind his back to deal with the changes. At this moment, the old man, Fire Cloud, evil god, laughed out loud. He was extremely still, as if he could reach the other side of the world with a single step. With a single step, he crossed the distance of more than 10 meters and punched out. This punch was straightforward and simple, but it came with great momentum. His eyes brightened. Such a punch could be said to be rare in his life. Even Gong Sunhwa didn't seem to have reached such a level before he died, so he was slightly inferior. However, he snorted coldly. He slapped out his palm, which easily hit the old man's fist. When the fist and the palm collided, two different but terrifying true forces directly entered the most violent confrontation. It's the great ancestor's long fist. He suddenly sighed faintly. The old man raised his eyebrows. Great Tao is simple, the simplest and most useful skill. Don't look down on this great ancestor's long fist. But he shook his head, and the power of his palm was suddenly released. The old man was secretly shocked. Unexpectedly, the opponent's palm suddenly changed into a long fist and punched out. It was the same great ancestor's long fist that he used. The power of the fist covered the sky and covered the earth, and it actually instantly destroyed the fist intent that Fire Cloud, evil god, had brewed. This old man had immersed himself in this set of long fists for dozens of years, and he believed that he had already comprehended the truth of this set of simple fist techniques. But at this moment, this punch, it was great ancestor's head's long fist. S head's long fists head, heads, long king's head. S's heads long, the sound of metal clashing against stone was deafening. Indestructible Vajra, huh? He withdrew his fist and turned around, looking at the old man who had slid back several meters under the force of his fist. The indestructible Vajra body that was passed down by Patriarch Bodhidharma. The old man casually rubbed his chest, and the corner of his mouth rose. To be able to practice this long fist to this extent, you can be called #1 in the world. He secretly sighed. The great ancestor's long fist. This was the fist skill that he had created in the past. In this world, no one could surpass him in terms of understanding of it. He shook his head. You have the great king body, so let's not continue this battle. Otherwise, if the Temple of Heaven is destroyed, it will lead to the counterattack of the great formation under the capital. It's not what I want. This old man was a peerless, ferocious person who had killed his way from the east of the Changbai Mountain to the South Sea for 3 whole years. After leaving the Shenyuan Palace, this was the first time he had met such a strong martial artist. How could he give up so easily? If we can't fight here, then let's fight in the sea. Fire Cloud, evil god, said loudly, with our strength it won't take more than half a night to reach the seaside. He still shook his head. It was true that he was strong in martial arts, but in essence he had never considered himself as a martial artist. He also didn't have the general idea of being happy to see martial arts. He had never thought of fighting for the #1 martial artist in the world. What a joke, the world was once under his control. So he naturally didn't care about the #1 martial artist. But this kind of martial arts fanatic was the most difficult to deal with. He came to the capital for more important things to do, so he didn't want to complicate things. Old man, right? He pondered and slowly said, I have a sword. Move! I'll only use this move. How about it? You use the sword? Fire Cloud, evil god, was surprised. This person's fist skill was even better than his. But from his words, could it be that his sword skill was better? He didn't say anything more. He pinched his fingers and casually placed them and softly recited, "Dragon flying in the sky, picking the stars." Between heaven and earth, the stars seemed to dim. Fire Cloud, evil god's heart suddenly jumped, and the demonic weapon in his body seemed to be roaring. Human Emperor, son of heaven's sword technique. In Fire Cloud, evil god's eyes, thousands of sword energy formed a huge sword dragon, soaring into the sky and then turned into starlight. The starlight flickered, and the sword light shot down to the ground from the starlight. Fire Cloud, evil god roared, and his arm was suddenly filled with supreme, true power. A huge blade light shot out from his arm that was the shape of a demonic blade that could pierce through the sky. Bang! The starlight dimmed, and after the sword light and blade light collided for a moment, they both returned to calm. On the square of the Temple of Heaven, two people stood facing the wind. Fire Cloud, evil god, slowly exhaled and looked at the mysterious youth in front of him with a somewhat complicated gaze. They didn't use real swords and spears to fight. Everything happened in a spiritual world called martial intent. This was a battle of consciousness. Good sword skill, I lost. Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head. He said, "It's just a draw." At the same time, Fire Cloud, evil god, couldn't help but think more highly of him. The sword skill he used was passed down from the Shenyuan Palace, and only the chosen son of heaven was qualified to practice it. But this person's blade light was able to break the son of heaven's sword technique. Although the person who passed down the son of heaven's sword to the human emperor said that without the son of heaven's sword, this sword skill couldn't be used to its full potential. But this sword skill was essentially not a martial art of the mortal world. That strange blade light vaguely seemed to have a great horror. Fire Cloud, evil god said, "A loss is a loss. What broke your sword skill is not my own martial arts. It can only be regarded as an external force. Winning with external force is not a win, let alone a draw. Is your name Gongsun? I have some relationship with the Gongsun clan, but I am not a member of the Gongsun clan," he said indifferently, "and I am not under the jurisdiction of the Shenyuan Palace." Fire Cloud, evil god, pondered for a moment. "Do you know the administration? Kelowna 2 World Agreement. Have you ever read it?" He shook his head. Fire Cloud, evil god nodded, then said, "This is the land of the capital, an important country. I hope you can exercise some restraint in your actions." "Of course." He nodded, then retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the night. Fire Cloud, evil god, raised his wine bottle and took a small sip, then muttered, "What an unpleasant fight." Not long after, a group of 7 people walked quickly toward Fire Cloud, evil god, and the person in the lead was Yen Xiaoxi. "Master?" Yen Xiaoxi walked to the front, but she looked around. "The formation has identified that a power with a danger level close to the highest has invaded the capital. I fought with him." Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head. "I don't know where this martial arts master came from, and he might not be weaker than me." Yen Xiaoxi was shocked. "But this person is a little strange." Fire Cloud, evil god, frowned. "Although his vitality is like a beacon and he has endless energy, when we fought he could not hide his essence. This person is very strange." "Strange in what way?" Fire Cloud, evil god, said with a strange expression. "Simply put, he looks like he has a short life. As a martial artist, at my level, I can know destiny. This guy, it seems like he won't live for more than 2 years. The capital cannot allow such a power of unknown origin," Yen Xiaoxi said solemnly. Yen Xiaoxi said solemnly, "If necessary, master, please cooperate with the formation and kill the danger directly." Fire Cloud, evil god, did not say anything, and only nodded silently. He was in charge of the capital, and he would not leave unless something big happened. This was because when Mr. Blind set up the capital, he was the only one who had enough power to activate the strongest power of the entire formation. Together with the capital's formation, Fire Cloud, evil god, could even deal with Kelowna Shinryu. for a while, of course. Most of the time, Fire Cloud, Evil God, was cultivating in seclusion. As the administration's strongest existence, he was naturally more useful as a deterrent, and it was rare to see him. Master. As a student, Yen Xiaoxi was also rarely seen. At this moment, she quickly said, "This time the elites we've selected from all over the country have been gathered." "Got it." Fire Cloud, Evil God nodded. "Send them to my place." All along, the administration had several training methods for the agents. One was to train them within the administration, where they would learn martial arts. The other was to send them to the Taoist sects and the various major demon clans. On one hand, it was to understand the movements of the Taoist sects and the demon clans, and on the other hand, it was to combine the power of the Taoist sects and the demon clans. However, after the Mount Tai incident, the Taoist sects and the demon clans were at odds with the administration. This large batch of elites had far exceeded the previous batch, and naturally they could not be sent to the Taoist sects and the various major demon clans again. "I understand." Yen Xiaoxi nodded. "There's one more thing. It's about the Zhao family." Fire Cloud, Evil God, seemed displeased when he heard this and said calmly, "What are these aristocratic families doing now?" Yen Xiaoxi said, "The Zhao family seems to be secretly making contact with this batch of new students. Currently, we can confirm that 3 of the students have become spies of the Zhao family." Fire Cloud, Evil God, shook his head and sighed. "Think about it. What kind of people are the elders of the 4 aristocratic families? They've sacrificed their lives for the country, and yet their juniors are so pathetic. Xiaoxi, you can handle this matter. I can't be bothered with these bastards. I'm going back to drink. Wait, Master, there's one more thing." Yen Xiaoxi tugged at him again. Consultant Long sent an email saying that she's going overseas for a short while. Fire Cloud, Evil God frowned. "What's she going overseas for?" Yen Xiaoxi shook her head and said she didn't say. "She's just informing me about this." "Got it." Fire Cloud, Evil God nodded. Let her be. The thing was, the administration could not control the Shinryu from Kelowna at all. At night, a private car drove slowly into Capital City's airport. Traveling light, Zhong Luoyue only carried a small suitcase and put on a pair of sunglasses. She did not even bring anyone with her. She only had Elizabeth by her side. In order to attract unwanted attention, Zhong Luoyue even dyed Elizabeth's white hair and white brows into a golden hue. "Ah, you. Are you sure you don't want to see your grandfather?" Zhong Luoyue shook her head. Most of her feelings for her family originated from this grandfather of hers. Some feelings were hard to control, even for her. When she saw this old man again, she was even afraid that she would not be able to control herself and tell him about her situation. This time, she was in a hurry to leave, partly because she wanted to be able to undergo her first metamorphosis outside of the country. Elizabeth had reminded her more than once that the first metamorphosis was very important for vampires. On the other hand, she also wanted to relax. At this moment, Elizabeth suddenly said, "I heard that your grandfather's health is not very good." Zhong Luoyue said casually, "He fell seriously ill before the New Year, and the doctors couldn't do anything about it. Later, my second brother ignored the family's objection and took my grandfather out to seek medical treatment, and he was saved. But at his age, it's normal for him to die of old age." Elizabeth whispered, "Ah, you, in fact, if you don't want to part with your grandfather, you can—" Zhong Luoyue was startled, and subconsciously looked at Elizabeth. She was a vampire and had always had a vampire's view of the world. For vampires, the best way to keep important people with them was to turn them into their own kind. In Elizabeth's view, this was a very normal thing, and probably the universal view of vampires. There was nothing taboo about it, turning her grandfather into a vampire. Not only her grandfather, but also her other relatives. She had never thought of this idea, but when Elizabeth casually mentioned it at this time, this idea crazily emerged in her mind like a breeding virus, and could not be stopped. "Ayu, ayu!" "Ah, What's wrong? Zhong Luoyue was suddenly startled. Elizabeth whispered at this time, Your teeth are exposed. Are you hungry? Zhong Luoyue was suddenly startled and broke into a cold sweat. She quickly put aside the thought in her mind, lowering her head and saying, Maybe. It's late. Let's go through the security check. The colorful butterfly wings fluttered softly. Luo Dance, who only wore a thin dress, was floating and moving in the corridor at this time, with a comfortable expression on her face. Her hair was not yet dry, and there were still remnants of the hot shower on her body. Her cotton clothes had absorbed the moisture very well, clinging to the skin of her chest, but the clothes only covered up to her buttocks. She was like a cloud blown by the breeze, floating into the living room, holding a bottle of Talensu in her hand, sucking hard with the straw. Can you put on your trousers? Long Shirua, who was lying on the sofa with potato chips in one hand and watching a trashy comedy program, glanced over. Kelowna's Shinryu almost showed an uncle's behavior of scratching her buttocks. I'll put it on later. Now it's cold down there, so comfortable. The little butterfly floated to a large cushion on the floor and sat down, spreading her legs, and the thin clothes just covered her legs. Her clothes were still wet, and the skin was faintly visible. So was her hair. Kelowna's Shinryu really couldn't stand such a lustful appearance. Who was she trying to show this to? After rolling her eyes, she blew out a puff of air, instantly drying the traces of water on Luo Dance's body. Wow! Luo Dance happily exclaimed all over. Long Shirua shook her head, sitting up and turning off the TV. She looked at Luo Dance and said, Girl, pack some clothes later and accompany me to go out tomorrow. Where are we going? Luo Dance asked curiously. Long Shirua said casually, To see if the thing you made works. You've promised to cure that guy for hundreds of years. Well, Luo Dance blinked her eyes. The thing I made? Long Shirua scolded secretly, Bitch! Go pack your things right now. Shinryu roared. Chapter 1261. Late at night before dawn in the private hospital under the name of Austin Pharmaceuticals, Tang Tianlin was sitting in a decorated office. He appeared as Tang Tianlin and had many conveniences. But at the end of the day, it was naturally because House had delegated power to the real Tang Tianlin. Mr. House was already an old man with one foot in the coffin. He definitely did not have much energy to manage the assets under his name. House had no descendants, and no one around him was trustworthy. But he could put Tang Tianlin in an important position, because Tang Tianlin could be said to be a clone of Mr. House. His feelings for Tang Tianlin were naturally different from other outsiders. He had no reason not to treat an individual who would become his backup organ sooner or later. Tang Tianlin even had the same authority as House himself in the allocation of the group's funds. It could be said that under the premise that House himself did not speak, Tang Tianlin could completely represent Mr. House and use all the resources in the group. Of course, this did not include House's personal assets. It was a pity that the real Tang Tianlin did not know about this. He was still immersed in his dream of being a senior manager of the Austin Pharmaceuticals business empire and having great power in his hands. House had been quietly observing and allowing Tang Tianlin to grow. There was no other reason than that House had the ability to directly control Tang Tianlin. Just like how he was able to awaken Tang Tianlin's true memories through a specific code, Mr. House had also mastered this code. It was just that Mr. House no longer had the chance to use this code to this day. And naturally, he would not give House the opportunity to do so. A few hours ago, in the factory of Austin Pharmaceuticals, he came into contact with the real Tang Tianlin and used the code to awaken the real Tang Tianlin's main personality. After obtaining Mr. House's information, he rushed to the hospital without stopping and ordered his subordinates to prepare some things. Assistant Tang, everything is ready according to your instructions. At this time, a young man about the same age as Tang Tianlin walked in quickly. As Mr. House's personal assistant, Tang Tianlin was the only one. But Tang Tianlin himself had 4 personal assistants, and they could be said to be Mr. Tang Tianlin's trusted subordinates. Then let's begin. Tang Tianlin nodded. During the time when he was being hunted down, fell into the sea, and disappeared, he used almost all his time to imitate and learn everything about Tang Tianlin. This was not difficult. Whether it was Tang Tianlin's appearance or Tang Tianlin's character, he had participated in the production of Tang Tianlin's character. But after plastic surgery, he needed some time to recover. He had always been looking for opportunities. Tang Tianlin's appearance in the private clubhouse last time was an excellent opportunity for him. Is there anything else? Tang Tianlin looked at his assistant, who seemed to want to say something, but stopped on second thought. He then looked at him indifferently. Mr. Tang Tianlin. This assistant had been with Mr. Tang Tianlin for a long time and could more or less guess Mr. Tang Tianlin's ambition to take over Austin Pharmaceuticals. Now that he thought of what Tang Tianlin wanted to do, he was still a little hesitant. Mr. Housey, Tang Tianlin said, you don't have to worry about other things. Just do as I say. Without House, do you think I can't do anything about Austin Pharmaceuticals? The assistant broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, was this person finally going to take action? Take over Austin Pharmaceuticals? But in the business world, there were countless similar incidents. Moreover, Mr. House had no descendants. Was he really going to wait until he died and no one would inherit his assets? Who knew who would take over his assets in the end? Naturally, when it was time to plan, he had to plan. In fact, Mr. House had given Mr. Tang too much power before. The assistant sighed in his heart, thinking that Austin Pharmaceuticals was going to change owners soon. On the bed, there was only the sound of the medical equipment. House slowly opened his eyes, weak, powerless. Even just staying awake seemed to be a burden to his heart. House was very unwilling. That person was not Jimmy. Even though they looked exactly the same, it was not Jimmy. Jimmy did not have that kind of gaze. That was Qin Zheng's gaze. When did Qin Zheng replace Jimmy and hide by his side? Did it start after he fell into the sea and disappeared a few months ago? Ever since Mr. House was sent to the hospital, he had been in a groggy state. It was extremely difficult for him to stay awake. Every time he woke up, he would not stay awake for more than 10 minutes. He knew that this was definitely Qin Zheng's doing, instructing the doctor to use drugs on him. This was his revenge. After a rare moment of sobriety, House felt more and more terrified, but he did not want to sit and wait for death. It should be dawn soon. Intensive care unit, Rong Hyuxing, Yaliu Huan, Yaliu Huan, Yaliu Huan, Yaliu Huan, June? Yeah, Yaliu Huan? Screw. He always had several doctors and nurses watching over him, always paying attention to his physical condition. Now there was no one he trusted. Trapped in this cold intensive care unit, Carries, Huiji, Yaliu Huan. I won't give up like this. The hope of survival seemed to have given him the strength of a dying flash. Mr. House propped himself up and pulled out the syringe from his body. At the same time, he took out the oxygen tank. He wanted to escape from this place. Austin Pharmaceuticals was still him. Even if Jimmy had the same power as him, as long as he appeared, he could naturally take it back. His movements were extremely slow. After every step, he had to stop and rest, panting. Even the oxygen provided by the oxygen tank was not enough to support his body at this moment. House carefully pushed the door open a little. There was a bodyguard standing outside. House did not dare to make a sound because he did not know if this bodyguard had betrayed him and was here to monitor, or even the entire hospital. He could not be sure how long Qin Zheng had played the role of Jimmy and how many people had completely become his people. Every step was difficult. That was the situation he was in now. Mr. House observed nervously, afraid of being discovered. At the same time, he was also afraid that the lazy nurse would suddenly wake up. He only had this chance. It seemed that Lady Luck did not completely roar at him. The bodyguard guarding outside the door suddenly took out his phone and walked away. Mr. House almost did not hesitate and rushed out of the door. Wearing a hospital gown, he walked barefoot in the corridor. He did not walk too far as his body could not take it, but he found a place to hide a doctor's office. Phone. That's great. He almost wanted to call out. Mr. House threw himself on the desk and picked up the landline with trembling hands. There was no trustworthy person in Austin Pharmaceuticals. Even if there was, Mr. House was not sure if the person had betrayed him or not. Mid-level staff? Sorry, he really did not know how to contact these mid-level staff. The housekeeper of the mansion. Could he have been bribed by Qin? Call the police. Mr. House quickly dialed the number. Hello, this is XXX Police Station. What's the matter? I'm Mr. House. I'm the chairman of Austin Pharmaceuticals. I'm imprisoned. Quick, come and save me, quick. You said you're the chairman of Austin Pharmaceuticals? I'm the king. I'm warning you. It's very serious to mess with an officer. Hello. I'm really SH*T. Mr. House gritted his teeth and dialed the number again. But what made him feel inexplicably sad was that the other party did not believe him no matter what. This was too abnormal. Even if he was a pig, how could he not tell that something was wrong after he had called him so many times? But at this moment, there seemed to be rapid footsteps coming from the corridor outside the door. He shouldn't have gone far. Search every single room for me. Assistant Tang said that if you find him, you'll be rewarded 1 million. Mr. House was anxious. He did not know when the people outside would break into the room. Maybe in the next moment. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. This might be his only chance. He picked up the phone again, but this time he dialed an international long-distance number. It felt like a long wait. Mr. House was already sweating profusely. Fortunately, the call was connected. A low but magnetic young voice sounded. But Mr. House felt like he had heard gospel the moment he heard it. You'd better tell me the name I know in 10 seconds and explain how you know my private number. Oh, dear Wally, my old friend. You definitely won't forget me. I'm House. House? Which house? Austin Pharmaceuticals. Dear friend, you definitely won't forget me. I remember now. Austin, my old friend, have you finally thought it through? Mr. House gritted his teeth and said, Wally, my subordinate, betrayed me and put me under house arrest. He wants to take everything from me. You must help me. Help me. Oh, old friend, you don't seem to be in a good situation now. But my previous conditions won't change. Old friend, I hope you can win my friendship. Mr. House hurriedly said, Wally, I'm willing to contribute all my wealth to your family and become your servant. Hey, buddy, our wealth is enough for us to use until the next century. Your wealth is dispensable to us. You're in China now, right? This is a forbidden place for us to enter. For your wealth. You didn't know we were risking our lives to enter. Of course, you can come out. If I could come out, I wouldn't have to. Mr. House wanted to curse, but he did not dare to do so now. Wally, I know what you want. I can give it to you. The prerequisite is that you have to save me and heal me. Good friend, you've really thought it through. I've been waiting for you to say this for too long. 60 years or 70 years. Believe me, you'll definitely find out how wise your decision is in the future. House, are you still not going to tell me where you hid the things? You must promise to give me the things. I'll give them to you after I'm healed. That's not difficult. Although we can't enter China personally, we have too many servants. You'll be able to feel the air of freedom again in 2 days at most. When the communication was cut off, Mr. House fell to the ground in exhaustion as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. 2 days, just 2 more days. Bang! The office door was suddenly kicked open. 2 men walked in and turned on the lights at the same time. When they saw Mr. House collapsed on the ground, they quickly used the walkie-talkie. Reporting, we found him. At the same time, the 2 men walked to House and violently lifted him up. You let me go. Do you know who I am? I'm House. I'm your boss. Let me go. Let go. The two men did not listen at all. They brought Mr. House back to the intensive care unit and pressed him on the bed. At the same time, a doctor came in with a syringe in his hand. You'll regret this. You! Amid the screams, Mr. House's eyelids gradually closed. Tang Tianlin slowly took off his headphones. Looking at the monitor screen, he saw House struggling on the hospital bed and gradually falling asleep. His gaze was indifferent. He did not intend to interrogate House. This old man would neither cooperate nor give in, but he would not despair, so he only needed to give him a little hope. Within 2 days, Tang Tianlin couldn't help but ponder. Who exactly are they? From the looks of it, they don't seem to be the same group of people who took teacher away. On the chessboard, the black queen ate the white soldier in front of it. After arriving here, Luocio readily surrendered. Ever since Boss Luo was allowed to freely close and open the transaction trigger, he happily entered the state of rest after the trip to South America. Before leaving, he did not intend to attract any more customers, at least not before going abroad. Anyway, there were only a few days left. It was time to rest and recharge. His life could be longer than a long time. From the very beginning, he did not intend to become a machine that only completed transactions. It was like, if you don't open for business, you can eat for 3 years. Playing chess was just a kind of rest in his spare time, mainly because Yi had been working on a new area of the God of War game recently. Boss Luo felt that it was better to gather together than to bury oneself in hard work. Therefore, he took Yi out to play chess with him and spend the night. This was already the 5th game. So frustrating. I've lost 5 games in a row. Luocio smiled. He felt that his life was taken care of in every possible way. If he did not use his brain, it might get rusty, but it was useless. Without cheating, Boss Luo was easily defeated by Miss Maid's wisdom. Master, I'll get rid of the queen for this game, Miss Maid said softly. She reached out to rearrange the chessboard, but at this moment, a dim light appeared on the floor next to them. Then a huge black cabinet, the cabinet of the Covenant of the club, slowly emerged. The door of the Ark of the Covenant suddenly opened. A lamp in the cabinet suddenly lit up. Luocio glanced at it in surprise. There were only a few lamps that Luocio recognized, because those were the lamps of Black Soul transformed by his hands. The rest were left by the previous owner. Later, they were all under the management of Yi. This lamp was originally on. It meant that the Black Soul was active, not on vacation or sleeping. This is the lamp of number 9. Miss Maid frowned slightly. Chapter 1262. The place where they found number 9 was in a wooden house in the forest. Number 9 could no longer maintain his human form. He was just a mass of gray fog that seemed to disperse at any time. The soil in the forest was soaked, as if it was a heavy rain. If one stepped on it lightly, they would be sticky with mud. Many trees had fallen, and some had even been uprooted from the ground. It was still raining, not too heavy, not too light. This place was like a dilapidated tomb. Yi opened a black umbrella to block the rain for Luocio. They then walked into the wooden house. He looked at the fog in front of him and seemed to be trying to gather it, but it was like sand that had dispersed in the water and had lost its stickiness. His strength and even stamina are almost exhausted. What is he doing? She knew that the state of the Black Soul envoys was like a lamp that had run out of oil. Of course, even if the Black Soul envoys died, they could return through the life lamp. Luocio built a map from the ground. It was just below the fog. There was also a red mark on the open map. This mark could move. Every time it moved, it was instructed by Luocio. In a moment of thought, the fog that was difficult to gather gathered little by little. The bosses thought inadvertently let the Black Soul envoys, who should have dispersed and only left the life lamp, get a chance to reunite. The rain fell from the broken roof, and the cold was strong. Just a glance could make people yearn for a stove or a pile of firewood. In fact, It didn't take much time for number 9 to return to his original state. He gradually opened his eyes. It was not much different from what Luocio remembered. Number 9 seemed quite calm. Each black soul envoys had a different personality. Teinzi was good at flattery, while number 18 was the type of person who observed people's expressions. Taisetsu was the type that could be reckless to the end, but there were some rough and some fine ones. Nero was actually a bit of a devil incarnate, but he cherished his own survival more than anyone else. Number 9 was one of the earliest Onyx souls that Luocio had come into contact with. Thinking about it, he was the same as Yu Yi and could be considered as the legacy left behind by the previous generation. A little wooden, but clearly the pragmatic type. Luocio hadn't known number 9 for a long time, and at first he just thought that he would silently complete his duties. Looking through the past account books, it was discovered that number 9 had not been an emissary for a long time. Compared to the Onyx souls who had been active for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, but were still on vacation, in hibernation, or on long-term missions, she was obviously too young. However, his achievements were not small. However, as a black soul envoy, not only did he not seem strong, he could even be described as weak. This was because ever since he became a black soul envoy, every achievement he obtained was used in other places, according to his wishes before he became a black soul envoy. Let's make a fire. In the dilapidated wooden house, number 9 maintained a silent posture after reuniting and waking up. Luocio could hardly see any fear or panic in his eyes. It was still raining outside the house. The rain was like a water curtain, falling on the roof above the center of the house. The place to make a fire was in the corner of the house, which was still intact. With the help of the fire, Luocio looked at the red cursor on the map. Obviously, if he checked the location of the red cursor on the map, he would find that he was still some distance away from the red cursor. Obviously, he stopped here and didn't complete the task that Luocio had ordered him to follow the red cursor and pass these places on the map. In fact, he looked relatively young, about 30 years old. It seemed that this was his appearance before he became a black soul envoy. A black old Chinese tunic suit, the type that looked like white hair. Number 9. Why did you consume so much power? Miss Maid, who was in charge of the black soul envoy's position, finally asked. Looking at the firewood, number 9 raised his head and said faintly, "The river in front has risen. These days the rainstorm has been incessant, and some embankments have burst. I blocked the flood." Miss Maid said indifferently, "But I didn't receive any reports of such transactions. Is this your private behavior?" "Yes." Number 9 nodded calmly. Miss Maid subconsciously looked at her master, and then frowned slightly. Number 9, you should know that although the master doesn't interfere with the envoy's actions and gives you a lot of freedom, but you also have the obligation to protect your own safety. Your power is almost exhausted, and you may have to return to the Ark of the Covenant to reconstruct your body, which will consume the Master's power. As a black soul envoy, you didn't create value for the Master, and even implicated the Master. Do you know what you are doing? Her tone was a little heavy. This was the first time that Luocio saw you a little angry. It seemed that number 9's behavior had really crossed the bottom line of her management, under the premise that it wasn't the purpose of the transaction. She almost exhausted her power for private purposes, and then needed to consume the Master's power to replenish. Luocio waved his hand to stop Miss Maid from speaking. He knew very well that most of the time, Yu Yi cared more about the consumption and increase of her lifespan than him. "Master," Luocio shook his head slightly, then broke off a branch and threw it into the firewood. The branch was wet, but the firewood was burning, and soon there was steam coming out. At the cut part, there was a squeaking sound. "Actually, I haven't had a good chat with you all this time," Luocio said with a smile. "I think a boss like me probably fails." Number 9 was startled and a little surprised. He shook his head. "No, in my opinion, you are better than the previous one. But I don't know how long you can maintain it." Number 9, watch your tone. Miss Maid's eyes were slightly cold, but Luocio cast a glance at her to calm her down. Boss Luo said, "No matter how long I can maintain it, I will do my best to maintain it. Can you tell me why you have to stop the flood at all costs?" Number 9 said indifferently, "If we don't stop the flood, the fields downstream will be flooded. There are a dozen villages nearby, and their livelihoods are all here." Luocho nodded and immediately asked, "If that's the case, it must be a large trade order. According to your past performance, you will probably do it, right?" I don't know." Number 9 was silent for a moment. His eyes looked somewhat blank. Luocho saw a few old stainless steel cups in the wooden house and some pine trees outside. So he took some pine leaves, put them in the cups, and boiled them with water. As he boiled, Number 9 suddenly said, "I seem to have boiled pine leaf tea like this before." Luocho smiled and said softly, "During this journey, what did you see and hear?" Number 9 was deep in thought. He had just started over, and his thoughts were still in chaos, but now he started to sort them out bit by bit, thinking about this journey. He said slowly, "I have been walking, and I have passed by many places. To me, they are like déjà vu. I gradually understand that this journey may be related to my past memories. I clearly know what the route you gave me is. Yes, I know." Number 9 used a tone as if freedom was not his own. He should know, but he didn't feel much about all this. It could even be said that he didn't feel anything. Until this time, when he came to the beginning of this path under the instructions of his master, he seemed to feel something different. Did he remember anything? Luocho personally peeled some pine leaves and threw them into the cup. Number 9 shook his head. He didn't remember anything, but he felt an uneasiness that he had never felt before. He kept walking like this until he came to a museum. He stayed in this museum for 3 days. Luocho asked, "What did he see?" Number 9 said, "Strong and unyielding, full of hot-bloodedness. The things inside, whether it was a painting, a water bottle, or even a cracked leather belt, he could stare at them for a very long time. But at the same time he also saw loneliness." Loneliness? Yes, loneliness. Number 9 slowly closed his eyes like everything was happening before his eyes. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. There were too many things recorded there, but other than himself, he could not see anyone else. He went to the curator's office, but he saw that the curator was a young man in his 30s. Looking at this young man, the curator was writing a plan to renovate this museum, perhaps to attract more visitors. He suddenly felt angry. Why was he angry? Number 9 said, "At the time, the bank outside was selling commemorative coins. He saw the long line of people inside and outside the bank. He saw the passion of these people, but he couldn't hear the story behind the commemorative coins." What kind of story? Number 9 said, "The story of the war." A commemorative coin that might increase in value attracted people to line up to buy it. But a museum that carried all this history was deserted. So you were angry, right? Number 9 did not answer. He looked out the window blankly, and his memory became clearer. He left that place and continued to follow the established route. He saw many similar things, this kind of deserted place. Then he ran into someone. Who? An old man, Number 9 whispered. A retired soldier. Many people went to find this old man. Finally, someone paid attention to him. Isn't that good? Number 9 shook his head. He couldn't explain it clearly. He saw with his own eyes the old man sitting in front of his house, facing the reporters, the people from the government, and people who came for no reason. The old man's daughter-in-law helped him put on the clothes with many medals. He took pictures with the people who came one by one. He saw the old man smile, but he did not see the old man's happy smile. He only saw the old man talk about that period of time again under the repeated requests. You don't think it's good? Initially, the old man was very happy to tell these stories, but slowly he lost interest because the old man realized that after a few days, the people around him forgot about them. They started to discuss other things. What kind of things? Scandals, especially the scandals of celebrities. People never got tired of them. You think they stopped paying attention to this old man, right? He saw that the old man's house was soon deserted. After that, another person became popular on the internet. It was a girl who looked not bad. She only said one sentence, and then she became popular all over the country. But she soon disappeared again, and people's passion turned to other people. And then, Number 9 said he planned to leave this place again because he still had a long road ahead of him. Before he left, he secretly went to the old man's house. The old man's daughter-in-law and son were not there anymore. The old man was left alone in front of his house with an old dog accompanying him. He smoked his pipe silently like this, looking at the front door and dozing off. He felt that this old man had been forgotten, right? Perhaps. Number 9 shook his head. But he actually knew that soon another similar old man would enter the public eye. This is like a cycle, because people like to find out about these things from time to time. He knew why. Number 9 nodded. But he felt that it was meaningless, so he continued on his journey. He is a black soul messenger, so he has seen many things like this. The tea was ready, and Luaccio split the tea. Number 9 took it naturally and held it like a person who wanted to warm up. Yes, he has seen many things, but he has always been a bystander. Luaccio smiled. Where did he go next? He went to a forest and met a mountain guard. Number 9 looked at the floating pine leaves in the stainless steel cup. He suddenly wanted to interact with this mountain guard, so he became a backpacker and walked into the mountain guard's house. This mountain guard is called Zhang Jinquan. He must be very hospitable. A guest came to the wilderness. Luaccio thought of that scene. A smile appeared on Number 9's face. It turned out that a dull person could look so good when he smiled. Zhang Jinquan raised chickens outside the forest guard station. That night, Zhang Jinquan killed a chicken to greet the guest. He is very hospitable. I want to eat it too, Luaccio said with some yearning. Number 9 smiled. I don't think you will like that kind of environment. It is too simple. There is not even enough electricity, and no signal at all. The only way to understand the outside world is to watch TV and listen to the radio, and it can only be used for a few hours. When watching the news, Zhang Jinquan is reluctant to use electricity at other times. Luaccio smiled but did not say anything. Number 9 took a sip of the pine leaf tea that was already at the right temperature. The taste is still a bit lacking. If you boil it with snow water, it will taste better. After taking a sip, Luaccio turned around and took a few snowballs from the snowy peak thousands of miles away. He put them back into the cup and added some pine leaves. It looked very ugly and dirty. How long did he stay at the forest guard station? Luaccio asked. Number 9 said about 10 days. In those 10 days, he and Zhang Jinquan patrolled the mountain once. It took 4 or 5 days. He seemed to like it very much. Luaccio smiled. Number 9 nodded. It was a very quiet place. In those 10 days, his previous unhappiness seemed to have disappeared. He thought of it as a vacation. He still had to leave because he had to carry out his master's orders. Luaccio thought for a moment and said sometimes his master was not good enough. Number 9 shook her head and said faintly, when he left, Zhang Jinquan killed another chicken as a farewell. That night, he saw the old man who was guarding the mountain get drunk and shed 2 drops of tears. That was when he felt the old man's reluctance. This old man stayed in the mountain for 40 years. What will happen to this forest guard station in the future? Luaccio asked. Number 9 thought for a moment. He doesn't know. Zhang Jinquan said that no one was willing to take over his position, so he could only stay for the time being even though he had already retired. This old man still hoped that someone could take over his position. It was a very strong desire. So before he left, he made a white card with Zhang Jinquan's information. He planned to give it to his master after this trip. Luaccio nodded. I will go and take a look if I have the chance. Thank you. You're welcome. The rain outside gradually stopped. When Luocio left, it was night. After he came here and stayed in the house for a while, it was almost dawn. After telling Zhang Jinquan's story, Number 9 suddenly sang a song. He said that Zhang Jinquan taught him the old Huayin tune. High on the mountain, the bell for battle. The bell rings, the people rejoice. The mountains and rivers listen to the command. The happiness canal is opened, the water is drawn to the mountain, showing a beautiful future. A myriad of colors. He really liked the 10 days he spent at the forest station. Remember now? After listening to Number 9's old song, Luocio suddenly asked. Number 9 shook his head. I don't have any impression at all. I can only vaguely guess. I might be from that era. You don't seem to have the same urgency you had when you came to find me last time, hoping to recover your memory. Number 9 thought for a moment and said faintly, Maybe it's because I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? Number 9 looked at Luocio and said, Can I know where my performance was spent? Luocio shook his head. According to the agreement you signed, you can't have the direction of your performance after every transaction. Number 9 nodded. The boss could not violate the content of the agreement, whether it was the previous boss or the current boss, unless the boss was willing to pay the price to tear the content of the agreement. Number 9 sighed. I don't know what I'm afraid of. I just feel uncomfortable. Sometimes I even regret making the request I made before. Maybe if I didn't, I wouldn't be afraid. During this journey, I don't feel like me, I feel more like him. Then why do you still want to stop this flood? Number 9 was silent for a moment. You haven't seen the disaster resistance. Luocio shook his head. I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Number 9 said he saw it. He saw those red faces clenching their teeth. He saw them building a human wall to block the burst of the dam. Many people couldn't hold on and fainted. Then, someone immediately came to replace them. Some people jumped into the water to save people. Some people were soaking wet as they carried sandbags from day to night. When you were really tired, you would see groups of them falling asleep on the streets. He looked at them like corpses that had fallen on the battlefield. Their bodies were covered in mud, and he couldn't even see their faces clearly. But he knew that once the whistle was blown, they would all stand up. He suddenly realized that nothing was important anymore. Number 9 said in a low voice, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his heart. When this pain came, he didn't feel afraid. Instead, he felt like something was calling him. His actions had already preceded his thoughts, so he didn't think. He knew that this flood resistance would fail in the end. He knew that these young soldiers would drown in the endless flood, but he didn't want to. He didn't want these young soldiers to silently sink to the bottom of the water like this. Along the way, he saw too many forgotten people. He felt that he had no right to blame these people because they didn't experience that era. Without experience, they naturally didn't feel anything. Everything that was separated from experience wouldn't last long. So even if he saw those who felt disdain, those who felt that the era had changed and didn't need them anymore, and even those who ridiculed without restraint in order to become famous, he just looked on coldly. But at least, he wanted to save the lives of these young soldiers. They were like this pile of firewood. He suddenly became less afraid. Even though he didn't remember, he knew that some things had always been passed down. Like a torch, there would always be someone to receive it, someone to pass it on, and then someone else to receive it. He couldn't let it be passed down. So he forgot his own identity and stood in front of the mighty force of nature. He thought that even if his body was smashed to pieces, it would still be good. He suddenly felt happier than he had in the past few decades. So, whether or not he remembered was no longer important. The sky brightened a little, but it was still gloomy. In the following day, it would still rain here. It had been a long time since new branches were added to the bonfire. Only layers of white ash were left, but there was still heat. The sparks under the ash hadn't been completely extinguished. Luocio stood up. Staying up for a night didn't hurt him. He looked at number 9 and raised the map in his hand. Do you still want to continue this journey? There's still 2 or 3 places before it ends. Number 9 shook her head and stood up as well. She looked at Luocio. No, I haven't been on the post for a long time. It's time to go back to work. Luocio nodded. The cost of remodeling you this time will be deducted from your future performance. Is that okay? Number 9 was silent for a while. Finally, she suddenly bowed and said in a low voice, I hope you can treat this country well, master. After that, Number 9 left. She turned into a cloud of mist and blended into the forest that hadn't been completely lit up, disappearing. More or less, I remembered something. When they returned to the club, Miss Maid hurried to prepare breakfast. When she sent the breakfast to the study, Luocio was looking at the account book, deep in thought. Master, are you looking at Number 9's performance booklet? Miss Maid walked to Luocio's side and began to put the breakfast on the table. I'm thinking if I can increase his commission points. Luocio said casually, otherwise, according to the performance, he can keep according to the agreement. He may not be able to stop the next flood. The Black Soul envoys are too weak. They are half dead even when they stop the flood. It's not good for the shop, but I really can't find anything to adjust. This agreement is too rigid. Well, I seem to be squandering again. Miss Maid didn't speak. After carefully putting the breakfast on the table, she took the performance booklet from Luocio's hand and said softly, Master, let me adjust it. Luocio mocked himself. Then I'll continue to be a useless person. Of course, it was just a joke. Miss Maid smiled sweetly, lifted the hair by her ear, and opened the performance booklet to find a feasible adjustment plan. In 2015, 10,000 points were consumed to increase the energy of 10 Chinese Academy of Sciences academicians. In 2008, 200,000 points were consumed to increase the earthquake survival rate by 5%. In 1969, 3,000 points were consumed to extend the life of the scientist surnamed Qian for 40 years. In 1962, all remaining points were consumed to restore rainfall in a large area in Exon. Many years ago, a man named Zhang Zero walked into the club and made such a wish. Chapter 1263. Of course, Ren Xiling didn't know that Luocio didn't come back for a whole night. Even if she knew, she would subconsciously avoid this fact. At the very beginning, he needed to use Miss Maid's means to modify a small part of his memory with the assistance of hypnosis. Yi said that if this method was used too much, it would inevitably cause a load on the brain, resulting in bad consequences. Therefore, after she could freely control her own existence, she had never used this means again. In fact, she had only used it once or twice. This was just a small interlude. The world was still spinning. My sesame rice noodle rolls. In the office, Lizzie looked pitifully at the half-eaten breakfast that had been taken away. She stared at it like a vicious dog protecting its food. Sister Ren, don't you have the breakfast made by your son? Hey, speaking of which, I didn't eat anything this morning. Ren Xiling felt a little strange after eating 2 mouthfuls, but she didn't think too much about it. She said perfunctorily, Okay, I'll share some of the food with you so that you won't become fat in the future. Lizzie just sneered when she heard the word fat. She was the type of person who couldn't get fat no matter how much she ate. Ren Xiling, on the other hand, had been sitting in the office more recently, so her but seemed to be growing. Seeing that Lizzie was still, like a vicious dog, Nanny Rin, who had been promoted from deputy editor to boss Rin, rolled her eyes. She took out a piece of chocolate candy from the drawer and directly threw it to Lizzie. Lizzie caught it. Lizzie actually caught it. Nanny Rin was shocked by her good skills. You're really a dog. Woof woof. Lizzie bared her teeth. Ren Xiling sighed and had to return the half-eaten breakfast. She said with a wry smile, How can I feel at ease living with you like this? In fact, Lizzie had already agreed to move to her house after Luocio went abroad. Boss Rin was actually quite a lively person. She even suddenly had an idea. Since Lizzie was here, why not invite Dr. Nan too? He was just trying to help her because he was worried that a girl like medical examiner Nan would not be able to take care of her. He was definitely not trying to obtain first-hand information from medical examiner Nan. Boss Rin felt that she was actually a good person. She glanced at Lizzie, who was engrossed in eating and showing an expression of enjoyment. She wondered if she should buy a dog plate back. Perhaps it would be of use to her. Hurry up and finish your food. We'll go out for the interview later. Ren Xiling knocked on the table with a pen and reminded him, I have an appointment with a foreign investor today. I know. Li Zi answered casually. The phone rang. Ren Xiling glanced at the caller ID and gestured for Lizzie to go out first. After that, she picked up the phone. The call was from Hong Kong. It was from Seventh Uncle. Godfather, good morning. Girl, I found some clues about the person you asked me to look for. 3 months ago, this person boarded Snakehead's ship from Oman and went to Thailand. Thailand? Ren Xiling was stunned for a moment before she nodded. For a wanted criminal like this, he would try his best to escape abroad. It was very common to go to Southeast Asia from Hong Kong by sea. However, it was 3 months ago. It was hard to say whether the person was still in Thailand within 3 months. However, Ren Xiling was very grateful that Seventh Uncle could help her so much. At least she could explain it to Wang Yuegang. After chatting with Seventh Uncle for a while, Ren Xiling called Wang Yuegang and told him about this matter. After learning that his brother had gone to Thailand a few months ago, Wang Yuegang was silent for a moment and then thanked her. Although Wang Yuegang did not say much, Ren Xiling knew that she had earned a favor. Nanny Ren was in a good mood and smiled. Soon after, Lizzie came to knock on the door and said that they could go out. When they walked out of the magazine, Yukiko suddenly came up to them. Sister Rin, Sister Lizzie, are you going out for the interview? Can you take me with you? Ren Xiling said, I want to, but the company has its rules. Yukiko, you've already passed the probation period. You're only in charge of typesetting and proofreading. Once you're familiar with these positions, we'll consider whether or not you'll be allowed to do interviews. Good luck. I've been like this before, squatting at the proofreading desk for almost 4 months. Yukiko knew that Ren Xiling's approach was good, but she really wanted to go out this time, because the foreign businessman that Ren Xiling and Lizzie were going to interview was Song-ing. I don't know what Miss Ing is thinking. Why did she agree to this interview? Yukiko sighed helplessly. It was a new day. Wei Zidao knocked on the door and walked into Lu Mingho's room with 2 cups of coffee. Because of Consultant Long, this city basically did not accept agents from the agency staying for a long time. But, strictly speaking, their mission this time was not completed. Although they had found 24's whereabouts, they could not act for the time being. For many days, Bubugao and Wang, who squatted outside the building every day to monitor, but the target has not come out. Is he planning to waste time like this? Wei Zidao put down the cup and sat down with some distress. Brother, how? There are still no instructions from the higher-ups. He saw Lu Mingho frowning at this time, as if he was thinking about something. Wei Zidao asked curiously, did something happen? Lu Mingho did not speak, but threw a pile of documents in front of Wei Zidao. He took a few glances, then opened his mouth and said in surprise, This is iSmithy? This information was sent from the headquarters. In fact, it said 2 things. First, Consultant Long had gone out at 7:00 this morning. His destination was overseas, and the date of his return was uncertain. This was not a bad thing for the 2 of them to act here. But the second thing was a bit confusing. This was the information sent back by the agency's overseas intelligence team, saying that a team of about 10 mercenaries had arrived in this city. However, these mercenaries belonged to a non-human family outside the borders. Lu Mingho nodded. Yes, the iSmithy family, one of the members of the Devil Feast Alliance of the 13 vampire families. Wei Zidao frowned. What's wrong with them? How dare they reach into our country's territory? Lu Mingho said, strictly speaking, these 10 mercenaries are just ordinary people. They do not belong to the agreed non-human creatures. From what I see, the higher-ups do not intend to officially negotiate with this family. This information is nothing more than for us to pay attention to their actions. Wei Zidao said awkwardly, "Where do we have the manpower?" Bubugao and Wang, who also have missions. Lu Mingho said helplessly, "It seems that only the two of us can act. Besides, this time it involves foreign forces. I am not assured to let Bubugao, a newcomer, act. I am afraid that something will happen." "Okay." Wei Zidao nodded. "I am going to prepare the equipment. Call me when it's time to leave." Lu Mingho nodded. After watching Wei Zidao leave, he tidied up the documents on the table. In fact, there was one more document here, which he did not show to Wei Zidao. It was about the strange cell he found in the forensic room of the police station last time. This cell was sent to the branch in the province long ago, and then sent to the headquarters in the capital. Then there was a secret order from the headquarters to find out as much as possible about the origin of this cell. What does the Second Research Institute want to do? Why do they value this cell sample so much? Lu Mingho couldn't help but ponder. This order was not from the higher-ups through normal channels, but privately issued by the Second Research Institute, and claimed that it needed to be kept confidential, so he did not tell Wei Zidao about it. Lu Mingho quickly thought of the Second Research Institute. At the same time, he thought of the First Research Institute. The technical department of the administration was divided into the First Research Institute and the Second Research Institute, and the head of the technical department was Dr. Zhao, who came from the First Research Institute. Basically, more than 70% of the equipment used by the agents in the administration were from the First Research Institute, and some of them were even designed by Dr. Zhao himself. The Second Research Institute was more inclined to the research of biology and medicine. For example, the magic medicine fragment, which was one of the standard equipment of the agents, was made by the Second Research Institute. Over the years, although the First Research Institute and the Second Research Institute provided technical services for the administration, the private competition was also very fierce. Lu Mingho hoped that the two technical departments would not do anything because of the secret competition. Lu Mingho shook his head, put on his coat, and went to find Wei Zidao. "It's true that we don't have enough manpower. Why don't we apply for 2 more people?" Lu Mingho thought to himself, "Dong Xiaofeng has been sent to the branch for inspection. I don't know if he will be accepted. Oh, what an interesting young man." Ran Xiling had already arrived at the lobby of the company and was waiting with Li Zi in the lounge. She was looking at a small notebook and at the same time writing some questions that she thought of on the way. She always prepared well before the interview. When did such a big company appear here? Li Zi looked around curiously. This area was almost the most expensive one in the whole city, and this company occupied 4 floors of this building. But along the way, she found that many places on the floor were very empty. Although there were enough office desks, there were not many people, and it seemed that it was not full yet. There was still a faint smell of decoration in the air. "It's quite mysterious," Ran Xiling said casually. "I passed by this building last month, and this company didn't exist then. I think it just appeared more than half a month ago. It seems that the boss of this company is not short of money, and the public relations is very good." Li Zi looked at the corridor outside the lounge. On the same day, the interview was not only held by their magazine, but also by several other magazines. When they came up, the receptionist told them that it was like this these days, and almost all the famous media accepted the invitation. "Miss Rin, the general manager, can see you now." A secretary-like girl in a suit came with a smile at this time. She was quite polite and introduced herself. "My name is Ziyin, the general manager's assistant. Nice to meet you in the future." "So fast?" Rin Xiling was a little surprised. Ziyin smiled. "Yes, please come with me. By the way, Miss Li Zi may have to stay here because the general manager only agreed to see you." "Only me?" Ren Xiling frowned. Ziyin smiled, because the general manager doesn't like too many people. We will treat Miss Lizzie well. Ren Xiling nodded, then came forward and asked quietly, May I ask, are there any other companies that will be interviewed with me? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and the same trade is like an enemy. No, Ziyin smiled mysteriously. This is an exclusive interview with our general manager, Miss Rin. What? Ren Xiling was stunned, but the media outside, Ziyin smiled. In fact, they are all invited by the deputy general manager. The general manager said that he will only accept the exclusive interview with your company. Rin Xiling was very confused. She didn't know the general manager and never thought that she was so important. While she was constantly analyzing the complicated network in her mind, she and Li Zi were taken to the general manager's office by Ziyin. Exclusive interview, meeting with the general manager alone. This routine was very familiar. Miss Rin, you can go in by yourself. Ziyin stood outside the door and made an inviting gesture. Mammy Rin stood in front of the door, then touched the pepper spray in her bag. Oh, I brought it with me. She sighed slowly and nodded, then pushed the door and walked into the office. But she didn't see anyone in the office. She frowned and closed the door, but at the moment when she closed the door, she secretly clipped a small piece of paper to the door's latch. At least the door couldn't be locked. She was always very careful when she came out. Excuse me, is there anyone here? You're here. Ren Xiling opened her mouth, only to hear a woman's voice coming from the corner of the office. She looked at the direction of the voice, only to see a small rest area in the corner. Tatami was used, a low tea table and cushions were placed there. A girl in casual clothes with long pink and purple hair was sitting there, looking at her with a smile. She was like a blooming cherry blossom. You. Ren Xiling was surprised, and her lips moved several times. The girl with long pink and purple hair looked at this scene, seeming to be proud. Her mouth slightly curved, revealing a sly smile. Who are you? Ren Xiling finished her words. The girl with long pink and purple hair. Song Ying's mouth was still slightly curved like a crescent moon, but this time it was twitching. Song Ying, we have met before. She gritted her teeth and said heavily, Chapter 1264. Ah, just kidding. Ren Xiling laughed and didn't seem to be embarrassed. Seeing that Song Ying couldn't hold it in any longer, she covered her mouth with her little hand and said with a smirk, But I was really shocked at first. I thought that for such a big company, the CEO wouldn't be a middle-aged man, but at least he wouldn't be too young. And it's a woman. Song Ying was annoyed, but she resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She smiled and said, I don't intend to hide it. It's just that not many people will believe me if I announce my identity from the beginning. Sit, don't stand and talk. The two beautiful women sat up facing each other. Ren Xiling recalled the day when she met Song Ying. No, didn't you say you majored in acting? Song Ying blinked and said, I did minor in drama when I was in school, but my main job was to take care of the family business. Seeing that Ren Xiling had already started to write down everything, she was a little surprised. In fact, she also liked employees who were serious in their work. In fact, the identities of these two people were a little strange. Song Ying couldn't help but whisper in her heart. The company where Ren Xiling worked was secretly bought by her. In theory, she was the boss behind Boss Luoqiu, but this company actually belonged to Luoqiu in name. According to the template of a melodramatic palace drama, Nanny Rin was equivalent to the identity of the Empress Dowager of the new company. Song Ying was actually working for Luoqiu in the new company. Song Ying was very clear about the complicated relationship, but Ren Xiling didn't know. But even so, the two were sitting here at this time. One was being interviewed, the other was being interviewed. No matter how you think about it, it's the deadhead's fault. A dissatisfied voice sounded in Miss Ying's heart. Family business? Once Ren Xiling got into the role, She quickly put aside the curiosity of personal identity and got to the topic. Well, I read the introduction of your company on the invitation letter. Your company is planning to make a name for itself in the field of biotechnology. Miss Song, can you tell me about your company? Of course. Song Ing smiled slightly. What followed was a simple and boring question and answer session. Rin Xiling felt that the young and beautiful CEO of this company was not as simple as she looked. Song Ing did not evade her questions directly. She revealed some of her answers, but she needed to guess more on her own. Even after a few days of harsh questions, she only touched on the surface. Basically, this was the type of interview that Rin Xiling had encountered in her many years of work. Unknowingly, 40 minutes had passed. Song Ing suddenly said, Miss Rin, I'll get my assistant to organize some more detailed information about my company for you later. Rin Xiling paused for a moment and subconsciously glanced at the time. It seemed that the other party was going to end the interview. However, she had already obtained enough material and had even exceeded her expectations. Later on, the other party would voluntarily send her more information, so there was nothing she could be dissatisfied with. If that's the case, He didn't finish his sentence. Song Ing said coldly, Can I call you Big Sister Ren? What? Song Ing said softly, I don't know why, but when I saw you for the first time, I felt that you were particularly kind, just like my sister. In fact, I haven't been here for a long time. Strictly speaking, you are the first friend I made. Why do I feel like I've been tricked? Nanny Rin couldn't help but mutter in her heart, but she couldn't think of anything that could be tricked. Does the other party want to do public relations work? But there are many media outlets out there that are better than her small magazine company. As for tricking others, it was even more impossible. Nanny Rin still had a 20-year mortgage and a 3-year car loan. Although she was promoted and got a raise, she still didn't get rid of the group of working dogs. That's not a problem. Ren Xiling didn't give herself too much time to ponder. It was purely a social reaction. From the perspective of a reporter, it was not a bad thing to make more friends with powerful people. Maybe these shallow friendships could be used in the future. But as a woman, Nanny Rin suddenly had a wonderful sixth sense at this moment. She always felt that the mysterious girl who came from a foreign family to invest in China was not her target. Speaking of which, how did you and my boy know each other? After Nanny Rin added a wave of IQ to herself, she asked tentatively, Logically speaking, you should have finished your studies abroad. How could you be classmates with Luoqiu? Guess. Song Ing smiled slightly. They should have just met recently. Ren Xiling began to think about something consciously. Speaking of which, she just noticed that Luoqiu had gone on several long trips in the past year. She didn't even know what Luoqiu had been doing since he dropped out of school. Thinking of this, she felt very strange. It seemed that she had never taken the initiative to pay attention to this issue, and she couldn't remember to pay attention to it. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. People say that pregnancy makes a woman stupid for 3 years and her IQ is lower. The key is that she doesn't even have a man. Is it really because she is old? Seeing Rin Xiling's suspicious face, Song Ing smiled slightly and said something that made the little plot in Nanny Ren's mind start to become exciting. Sister Rin, if I say that Luoqiu and I are friends of life and death, would you believe it? Friends of life and death. Rin Xiling was taken aback and subconsciously asked, to what extent? No, he must have encountered some kind of danger. Wait, is this your performance again? Song Ing smiled and didn't say anything. Ren Xiling only felt that this girl was a bit like a witch, and she couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and was a little dissatisfied in her heart, so her tone was a little bit lighter. Miss Song, I'm just a small reporter, and my family is just an ordinary family. There's nothing fun about it. Although it's a bit offensive to talk like this, I still have to say it. If Miss Song really wants to make friends, even if I'm climbing up the social ladder, I don't care what others say. If Miss Song just wants to have fun, then I can only politely decline. Why does she have the same personality as that dead person? She turns hostile, just like that. Miss Song felt that it was counterproductive, so she said pitifully, "Sister-in, I really didn't mean to tease you, but he didn't let me say it. I'm afraid that he will be angry. Act. Continue acting. You're a bad woman." Ran Xiling already had a dubious idea, and at this time, she didn't feel anything in her heart. Song Ying felt that she was trapped in a cocoon of her own making, so she had to sigh helplessly. "Miss Rin, I'm sorry to have made you have so many misunderstandings. This exclusive interview is actually a small compensation for lying to you last time. It's just an accident that I met Luochio. I don't have any thoughts about it, so don't misunderstand." With such an explanation, Ren Xiling's dubious attitude was more inclined to believe it. Or in other words, it was actually more reasonable. She nodded, as if she understood this explanation. She thought that this rich young lady who took care of business for her family might just behave like a rich young lady. It was normal for her to do things her own way. She didn't mean to offend Song Ying too much, but she was a little puzzled by Song Ying's sudden softening. "It's fine as long as we talk about it." Ran Xiling smiled slightly. "Miss Song, I know you're busy. Since the interview is over, then I won't disturb you. Of course, if Miss Song still thinks of me next time and wants to continue the interview, I'll be very happy. Thank you very much for accepting my interview today." Song Ying opened her mouth and wanted to say something to persuade her to stay, but she couldn't say it. She really felt a little stuffy and uncomfortable. It shouldn't be like this. "I'll send you off." She was full of words, but finally squeezed out the sentence. When she was about to go out, Nanny Rin suddenly turned around, which caught Song Ying off guard. Then she heard Rin Xiling suspiciously say, "I say, don't tell me you're interested in my stinky boy." "How can I like that damn?" Song Ying suddenly stopped, and her ears were a little hot. "Oh!" Nanny Rin narrowed her eyes. Compared with the reasonable reason before, her sixth sense was more inclined to Song Ying's expression. Nanny Rin smiled and said, "But your opponent is very strong. But I won't intervene in the affairs of young people, so good luck." Until Rin Xiling left, Song Ying didn't say a word. Ziyin later made a pot of coffee and sent it over, but she saw Song Ying sitting on the cushion in the lounge area with her chin in her hand, looking out of the window and thinking about something. "Miss, didn't you find out about Master Chio's girlfriend?" "What are you talking about?" Song Ying snorted and said discontentedly, "You're talking as if I want to know. That damn guy is a descendant of the Song family, and he will definitely get the Song family's property from Grandpa in the future. Of course, I have the obligation to investigate, clearly. How can I let a woman into the family?" Yes, you're right, miss." Ziyin smiled and said, "This is for the Song family." Song Ying glanced at her and snorted coldly. "You're not allowed to play with your phone anymore." "I can apply to go back to school to be remolded." "I'll remold you first." Song Ying sneered and suddenly threw Ziyin on the tatami and reached out to touch her. "Miss, don't, the instructor didn't teach this lesson. In the evening, when Nan Xiaonan returned to the apartment building, she suddenly received a text message on her phone. She glanced at it and was stunned. The person who sent the text message was Rin Xiling, asking if she would like to go to her house and stay for a while. Her tone was quite sincere. Nan Xiaonan was quite tempted by this proposal. She knew Rin Xiling's actual situation, and of course she understood that if she could stay with this woman, her safety would be maximized instantly. But whose idea was it? Did Mr. Luo allow it? Before figuring out the situation, Nan Xiaonan didn't want to act rashly. She pressed the elevator button and walked into the elevator. At the same time, she was thinking about Austin Pharmaceuticals. After the underground laboratory's cultivation chamber exploded that night, she took advantage of the chaos and left. The next night, she actually went to investigate again. But there was a sudden fire at Austin Pharmaceuticals the next night. She could only give up. But what made her feel strange was that the people who were lying in ambush around her seemed to have left. At least in her true sight, she didn't feel any danger. It seemed that she still needed to find out more about Austin Pharmaceuticals. She would go again tonight, Nan Xiaonan thought to herself. At the same time, she walked out of the elevator and took out the key to the apartment door. Someone was inside. Nan Xiaonan's pupils contracted slightly, but she didn't hesitate or even pause. She opened the door with the key and walked into the apartment. She saw a man standing in front of the bookcase next to the computer desk, looking at a photo frame in his hand. This photo frame was broken by Rin Xiling, and she changed it later. This was the relic of Nan Xiaonan. She looked at the man. She remembered that he was also in the underground laboratory that night, and he was Mr. House's assistant. At the end of that night, she was secretly set up by this man. Now that she thought about it, she even felt that the explosion of the cultivation chamber at the end of the experiment had something to do with this man. His name seemed to be Jimmy. Click, click. She gently closed the door and at the same time pressed her palm on the electric switch at the entrance. A dark red mark vaguely appeared on her palm and quietly disappeared into the electric switch. I remember that no outsider is given the key here, she said indifferently. Jimmy. Tang Tianlin put down the photo frame, turned around, and looked at her carefully. After a moment of silence, he said, Relax, medical examiner Nan. I'm not here to deal with you today. Nan Xiaonan sneered and walked into the living room. Is that so? I don't think so. You arranged a lot of people to kill the mastermind behind the ambush around my house. You don't mean to deal with me. Tang Tianlin sat down. I've removed all those people. No one will monitor you anymore, and no one will deal with you. You can rest assured. Thank you so much. Tang Tianlin frowned, seeming to be puzzled. When did you become so good at fighting? That night. I don't know what you're talking about. Nan Xiaonan stood still. Tang Tianlin looked at her in surprise for a while and then shook his head. You've become a little different, but maybe I've never really understood you. I don't understand you either, Nan Xiaonan said casually. Tang Tianlin thought for a while and then suddenly said, House is dying. Austin Pharmaceuticals is now under my control. So what? Tang Tianlin looked at her and said, You know why I was born. You were also one of the participants of the experiment. You should be able to understand why I betrayed House this time. Only a ghost would understand. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was just inexplicably involved in this subworld, and then miserably inherited the identity of Nan Xiaonan. You came to me just to tell me your ambition? She could only sneer. Tang Tianlin shook his head and said seriously, Lady Nan, I want to invite you to participate in the experiment again. Also, I already have news of perfect human cells. She opened her mouth. Chapter 1265. She was completely dumbfounded by Tang Tianlin's invitation and the perfect human cells mentioned in the invitation. Her slightly accelerated mind once again searched the memories left by Nan Xiaonan, but she didn't find anything. There was only a sense of urgency, or rather, a part of the obsession left by Nan Xiaonan. Of course, for a saint teacher of star creation, she couldn't show that she was dumbfounded. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to show off. Perfect human cells. She thought to herself, her palm naturally pressed against her back as she prepared an ability that was just right for her to use. She said calmly, Have you really found it? Tang Tianlin shook his head. I don't have the exact information yet, but I have a clue. And I believe that I will get more specific information soon. What do you think? I know that whether it's you, your teacher, or even the members of the laboratory back then, all of you are quite interested in it. After all, it was because of the perfect human cells that your teacher was able to observe the human genome map to the limit of 999%. She sneered and said, Why should I believe the words of a person who secretly sent people to assassinate me? Tang Tianlin said, If I wanted to deal with you, I wouldn't have come to you alone today, and I wouldn't have withdrawn those people. Now that I've betrayed House, There's no need to make another enemy for myself. What's your purpose? As she spoke, she naturally took 2 steps forward. There was only a coffee table between her and Tang Tianlin. You don't need to ask. Tang Tianlin looked at her and said sincerely, but I promise that when everything is over, I will tell you everything. Is that so? She nodded her head, but the palm that was behind her back gently swept forward. Tang Tianlin didn't know the meaning of this action. He just became absent-minded for a moment, and his whole person became lifeless. Who is scheming with you here? Transcendence should use transcendence means to solve their problems mortal. She casually stretched and made herself a cup of chocolate cereal. Then she pulled out her computer chair and sat with her legs crossed. She stirred the cup with a spoon while sizing up Tang Tianlin. There was no doubt that she needed to know more about Nan Xiaonan. Not the identity of Nan Xiaonan as a forensic doctor, but another identity related to Austin Pharmaceuticals, House, and so on. The man in front of her was obviously a good source of information. When one was sleepy, a pillow came, and when luck came, there was no stopping it. Could it be because her bad luck had been neutralized after staying at Mr. S. house for a few days? She licked her lips. Should she accept Ren Xilinx's invitation or not? What was the purpose of the laboratory you mentioned back then? Tang Tianlin was in a state of speaking the truth. This method was like an apprentice-level method for the former saint teacher of stellar creation and grand arcanist. In the dismembered body case, the witness created this method. This laboratory had 2 purposes. Tang Tianlin slowly said, first, it was to help House obtain immortality and try to create a replacement body for him. However, although the current technology can clone a real person, there is no way to transfer consciousness. She nodded. She was at the scene of the experiment a few nights ago. The so-called consciousness transfer was just a lie. The science and technology of this subworld hadn't reached the realm of mind science yet. What's the second purpose? The second purpose was to clone perfect humans and create the most perfect human beings to revolutionize human evolution. She was obviously more interested in their second objective. Even in her original world, the evolution of human beings was a very important and difficult topic to solve. Perfect human, or should I say, what is a perfect human cell? She asked curiously. Perfect human being or perfect individual refers to a perfect human being. Tang Tianlin sounded like he was yearning. Even in this almost hypnotic state, it seemed that he couldn't hide the passion in his heart. A human being who has the most perfect genes, the most perfect metabolism, immunity to all diseases, and whose body can be maintained at a critical point of vitality forever. A human being who doesn't age and die. Who doesn't age and die. She was surprised. Immortality was a relative proposition. The scope of immortality was too wide. What was the real immortality? Did they know the concept of immortality? However, if the fruit world was destroyed and all matter was reorganized, would immortality be able to withstand it? If immortality could be maintained for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, this kind of existence had surpassed the whole human consciousness several times, or even hundreds of thousands of times. It seemed that it could also be called immortality. She pursued eternity in order to find the original world, which seemed to have the secret of becoming truly eternal. The perfect human seemed to have provided her with some clues. Could it be that this subworld really contained the big secret of eternity? Suddenly, she had a feeling of good fortune. She had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that the reason why Mr. Luo stayed in this subworld was related to this big secret? It seemed to make sense. Apparently, only the secret of eternity could be retained, which was obviously beyond the level of emperors. Otherwise, she really couldn't understand why such a high-level life form didn't explore, but chose to stay in this subworld instead. Did you really find the perfect human? Believe it. Tell me the situation. How did you find it? When did you find it? She wanted to believe it, but it was hard to convince herself that a group of mortals could actually find multiple subworlds. Even she didn't know how many explorers had been trying to do this for countless years. Tang Tianlin didn't hold back. He responded to her question and said, slowly, the first person who found the perfect human was House. It was during World War II. During World War II, House was a junior officer in the anti-imperialist Alliance Army. At first, he didn't have any plans to make a name for himself. He only wanted the convenience of his military rank so that he could resell and smuggle drugs on the war-torn continent. Simply put, he was just a businessman who wanted to make money from the war. However, during one of his drug smuggling operations, House and his smuggling team accidentally crossed a swamp and discovered the existence of the perfect human. It was a simple wooden house built in an ancient forest. However, in an environment full of miasma, it was obviously not a suitable place to live. But House found a male corpse in the house. He said it was a corpse because the man was no longer breathing and had no heartbeat. But looking at the extent of dust on the body, House was puzzled. This mysterious man had probably been lying in the house for more than a few years. Over the years, this lifeless body didn't rot in the humid environment. His skin was like a living person's, full of elasticity and even retained body temperature. It was much lower than an ordinary person's body temperature, but it was obviously not at the level of a cold corpse. This mysterious man seemed to be a huaxia. House did many experiments on the man's body. For example, he cut it. However, the wound began to heal at an extremely fast speed, but no blood flowed out of the wound. House tried to burn the body with fire until it was like charcoal. However, after peeling off the surface layer, the body was still intact. The people in the smuggling team shouted that the mysterious man was a monster, a demon. They even used explosives to blow the body to pieces. Finally, the mysterious man's body completely turned into a pile of flesh and blood. No blood flowed out of the mysterious man's body when the body was blown up. However, after the body was blown up, blood could be seen. The blood was like a gel, clearly existing in the muscle tissue and blood vessels. They burned the pile of flesh and blood again. But when the fire was extinguished, the body once again appeared in perfect condition before everyone's eyes. Several people in the smuggling team were scared out of their wits because of this. Later, House suppressed everyone's opposition and took the mysterious man's body away. Tang Tianlin slowly narrated, he was completely obsessed with this body and began to study it crazily. After the war, House gained a lot of wealth and began to devote himself to the field of biotechnology. All these years, he has been studying this perfect human body. He has been unconscious all this time, right? She heard the most important part of the story. Tang Tianlin nodded yes. Through the examination of brainwaves, it was found that he did not have brainwaves. She was greatly shaken. She could not help coming up with a conclusion before she had seen that so-called perfect person. But she had a theory based on Tang Tianlin's description alone, a body that had no consciousness but could not be destroyed. That was the legendary level of physical immortality in the subworlds of certain magnates. She had occasionally met and conversed with some of the explorers, which was why she knew a little about it. Could it be an explorer of some giant civilization's subworld accidentally fell in this subworld? What happened after that? You guys just made no progress like this? Tang Tianlin said, with the continuous establishment of the discipline, House's research on this body gradually deepened, but he still could not get any useful results, but House began to age. All these years, in order to obtain the secret of immortality, he did not even leave behind any descendants until Dr. Will Douglas appeared. However, when this name was mentioned, she clearly felt some emotional fluctuations, so she said, "He's my teacher, right?" "Yes." Tang Tianlin nodded silently. In the beginning, it was House who found him and invited him to participate in the research of the perfect human. Later, he was like House. He was so immersed in the research of the perfect human that he forgot to eat and sleep. In fact, the first purpose of the research lab was to create a replacement body for House, but it was only a side result of the research. At that time, the cloning technology in the lab could freely modulate the life characteristics of the cloned individual and even fix the age, height, and all aspects of the individual's body ability. She waved her hand. I'm not interested in that old man's dream of immortality. Back to the perfect human. Have you tried to integrate this man's cells in a biological way? Yes, but without exception, the test subjects all died directly. Tang Tianlin said woodenly, perfect human cells can't be integrated with external cells, so later on we plan to clone him. At first, we thought that if we could cultivate the cells into a viable embryo, perhaps another perfect human would be born, and one with consciousness. We really wanted to know if the perfect human would have high intelligence after gaining consciousness. If they did, perhaps they would be able to learn and research. And in the end, they would be able to provide new help to the research. We thought that they might have learning abilities, logical abilities, deduction abilities, and so on that far surpassed that of humans. Success, failure? She asked solemnly. These mortals might be very weak, but at the same time, they were also very crazy. She had to admit that on the path of exploration, even mortals would not have it easier than superhumans like her. There was only a difference in abilities between superhumans and mortals, but there was no difference in essence. Progress. She suddenly remembered this word. The early preparations were actually done, but the experiment hadn't officially started yet. Tang Tianlin shook his head and said, because when the experiment was about to start, a group of mysterious forces suddenly broke in and almost stole all of our research results. At that time, the situation was very rushed, and the people of the mysterious forces were quite terrifying. Our guards were completely unable to fight back. Later on, House called for reinforcements, but they didn't seem to be our original people. I'm not sure because at that time we could only focus on running away. In the end, the mysterious forces still stole the research results, and even the perfect human was taken away by them. In order to buy time, House even betrayed all of us and treated us as abandoned pawns. In the end, Teacher protected us at all costs and bought time for me to escape. You should know what happened after that. She was more concerned about the mysterious forces, so she didn't pay attention to how Tang Tianlin addressed her as teacher. She didn't even think about the change of we. After that, the mysterious forces didn't come to you again. Tang Tianlin said they should have, but they seem to be very weak in China. Or rather, they haven't reached the point where they can do whatever they want. Or rather, they have already taken all the research results, including the perfect human, so they didn't bother to do anything to us. Then what about the perfect human cells you mentioned? House is a person who is naturally suspicious and insecure. He is used to making several preparations, so he secretly kept a cell tissue taken from the perfect human and hid it, but only he knows where he hid it. So, you have information about the cells now. That's right. In the end, she finished the cup of cereal and licked the cup and spoon clean out of habit. In the end, she smiled and said, very good. You've successfully piqued my interest. Where's the immortal body? At the same time, she suddenly snapped her fingers. Tang Tianlin suddenly blinked. Then he saw that the other party was now sitting in a sitting position, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. He felt that something was wrong, but she didn't give him time to think more carefully. Instead, she said slowly, I promise you. What? Tang Tianlin was stunned. She stood up and said, I look forward to working with you. Chapter 1266. Regarding Nan Xiaonan's promise, Tang Tianlin seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. He just did not expect her to agree so readily. He had prepared another set of excuses, but he did not need to use them. But in this way, he naturally took a small step forward in what he wanted to do. Since both sides had agreed to cooperate, Tang Tianlin meant that she should leave her current job as soon as possible. Originally, she had no choice but to become a forensic doctor in order to avoid the mysterious forces. Just like when he was still Qinjiang, Tang Tianlin did not intend to reveal her true identity for the time being. Perhaps he had such a plan before, but now it had changed. The reason was because of what happened in the underground research room of Austin Pharmaceuticals a few nights ago. He had confirmed that she was the person from that night. But in his memory, Nan Xiaonan did not have such an amazing combat ability. It would be hard to believe that this was the result of her training in the past few years. As a researcher, she did not have much time to train her body, let alone reach the level of fighting 20 or 30 blood-stained mercenaries by herself. He could not help but recall the part that Nan Xiaonan was responsible for in the laboratory a few years ago. She had been tackling the topic of how to fuse perfect human cells with external cells. Connecting this to her extraordinary performance a few nights ago, Tang Tianlin had another bold hypothesis in his mind. Could it be that Nan Xiaonan had secretly developed a perfect human cell fusion plan during the few years she was hiding? She used it as a foundation and experimented on herself. That was why she could have such a terrifying combat ability in just a few years. Tang Tianlin's hypothesis was not baseless. It was because he was very clear about the horror of perfect human cells. It was like a huge treasure trove that could not be opened. Even if it was just a tiny thing taken from the treasure trove, it could be a huge technological innovation. If Nan Xiaonan had really completed the cell fusion, would she evolve into another perfect human in the future? Her cells? Had her genes changed as well? I suddenly feel something bad from your eyes. Suddenly, Nan Xiaonan's voice rang in his ears. He was suddenly startled. In addition to the extraordinary physical ability, could it be that even her senses had improved? Tang Tianlin said slowly, "It's a little bad. I received news that the person who saved House during the attack of the mysterious forces seems to be planning to rescue House this time as well. There is no doubt that House used the perfect human cells he hid as a reward." Nan Xiaonan. She frowned and resisted the urge to hypnotize this guy. Instead, she sneered, "I was wondering why you chose this time to come to me. It seems that you are in trouble and want to ask me for help, right? When did you find out?" Tang Tianlin said indifferently, "I was created by all of you after all. During that period of time, I observed all of you carefully. I have a deep understanding of your voices, body shapes, and characteristics. Besides, you didn't try to hide yourself at that time. You didn't even change your voice. God knows you guys have so many tricks up your sleeves," she muttered in her heart. If she knew there was someone she knew, she wouldn't be so casual. In fact, she hadn't tried to be careful for a long time. In the words of this subworld, it was, she had been used to solving problems for too long. She was too lazy to use her IQ. But in fact, someone had already sounded the alarm for her. It was Mr. Luo. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the mood to talk so much with this Tang Tianlin at this time. Of course, there was also the reason why she was interested in the perfect human and perfect human cells. But according to common sense, Nan Xiaonan couldn't show that level of combatability, right? She narrowed her eyes and asked with a smile, "Aren't you curious why I can kill so many guards?" But Tang Tianlin shook his head and stood up slowly. "Is it strange?" As he spoke, he pinched up his sleeves until they reached his elbows. Then he clenched his fists and exhaled. Whoa. Suddenly, the area below his elbow to his fist instantly swelled up, exposing his roots. This part of his skin even turned into a metallic gray color. It even faintly glowed with a metallic luster. This half of his arm had actually swelled to more than double its original size. At this time, Tang Tianlin loosened his 5 fingers and pinched the corner of the tea table, directly crushing the hardwood. After that, this mutated arm gradually returned to its original state, but the speed of recovery was much slower than the mutation. She frowned thoughtfully and said, "Perfect human cells." "It's just a method of mutation," Tang Tianlin said indifferently. "Or do you think that House has made no progress in anything other than cloning technology in the past few years? You and I both have some secrets. I don't want to ask you, in order to show my sincerity." She kept silent for a while before asking, When will those people come to save house? It might be soon. It might be tonight or tomorrow. She nodded. Wait outside for a while, I'll change my clothes. The night was falling. The car window slowly rolled down and then slowly rolled up again. About 10 minutes had passed between the opening and closing of the car window. Zhong Luochen's finger didn't leave the window button. The car was parked on one side of the street, not far from the ceramic studio. Cheng Yun stayed by his side and didn't disturb him. Every few days, second young master would ask someone to drive the car to Miss Ink's studio and just stay there. In fact, it was very difficult to see that figure in the studio. Sometimes it couldn't even be seen. Usually, second young master would come here because he was in a bad mood. He had been following Zhong Luochen for some time, so he could naturally judge the mood of the rice leader. Cheng Yin, have you heard of the word wishful thinking? Zhong Luochen suddenly said. The car window was stopped halfway. Cheng Yin, who was absent-minded, didn't notice whether it was meant to be closed or open. Of course I have. Cheng Yin carefully tried to figure out the young master's thoughts and smiled. Wishful thinking, but it's not absolute. What do you mean? Zhong Luochen turned around. Cheng Yin said, take me for example. 5 years ago, it was wishful thinking for me to own wealth, mansions, and luxury cars. But now I own them, so they are not wishful thinking. Therefore, wishful thinking is not absolute, because there must be a bridge leading to the realization of wishful thinking. Zhong Luochen smiled faintly. Are you saying that I am your bridge? Cheng Yun hurriedly said, Of course not. Second young master, you are the continent on the other side of the bridge. If my bridge can't reach you, then it's wishful thinking. Zhong Luochen chuckled and suddenly asked, Wei Xiaobao and Hushin, which one do you prefer? Cheng Yun muttered, Only kids choose, adults like both. Greedy. Zhong Luochen shook his head. The car window was finally closed, and Zhong Luochen said to the driver, Let's go? Let's go back and see the progress of 24 Master. A new batch of experimental subjects had been transferred to the basement of the company building and handed over to 24. This time there were more than 10 experimental subjects. Hopefully there would be some progress. While the car was slowly driving away, Miss Ink, who was on the second floor of the pottery studio not far away, glanced at it casually and then withdrew her gaze. The clay slowly rotated on the plate and was gradually shaped by her hands. It was a human figure, but she didn't pinch its face. Many finished pottery idols here didn't have faces. Still can't remember. Late at night, in the courtyard of the private hospital under the name of Austin Pharmaceutical Company, for men wearing white masks and hoods, dressed in combat uniforms, easily climbed over the wall. Their equipment was excellent, not inferior to the country's special forces. The 4 of them communicated with hand gestures and sneaked into the hospital bit by bit. Their action was well planned. This time there were 10 people in total. 4 of them were responsible for the rescue operation. 2 of them were outside the hospital to provide support and help to escape, and the other 4 were in the agreed place, preparing the tools to leave and responsible for deployment and intelligence collection. It's still very easy. Along the way, the 4 rescuers didn't encounter any danger except for knocking out several hospital security guards. Don't let down your guard. This is the person Mr. Wally wants. Good, good, good. You're about to become Mr. Wally's dog. Jokes and bickering existed along the way. They were just a group of lunatics, mercenaries, and not regular soldiers. Although they were fast and experienced, they didn't have any discipline, and naturally didn't have the so-called sense of honor. The place where House was placed under house arrest had already been found. When the 4 rescuers arrived at the destination, they finally saw some guards. There were 3 guys in black suits, 2 white and 1 black. The 4 of them lurked, monitoring the situation of the 3 bodyguards. It's the security personnel of Benitel. Finally, it's a little challenging. Action Plan 3, okay? Go. At this time, a rescuer rolled a smoke bomb on the ground. The 3 Benital security personnel guarding outside the door were instantly alert. Thick smoke filled the corridor in a few seconds, and the 4 figures rushed into the thick smoke in an instant. Only 2 gunshots and several muffled groans were heard. Soon after, the door of the intensive care unit was directly kicked open. 2 rescuers walked in unscathed, but the other 2 had already fallen to the ground. One of them even had his neck broken. 4 against 3, and in a situation where they had the upper hand, 2 of the rescuers were still down. Of course, the 3 bodyguards were naturally killed. Tell, I'll remember you. Cut the crap. Quickly evacuate with the others. The moment he spoke, the rescuer quickly walked to the hospital bed. As for the other person, he communicated with the person who was waiting for him outside. That person casually kicked away the equipment beside the bed and walked to the side of the bed. But at this time, the person lying on the bed suddenly sat up and punched him in the chest. Like being hit by a speeding motorcycle, the man's sternum was instantly shattered, and his strong body was directly sent flying by the punch. The sudden change shocked the last rescuer. Did I fall into a trap? He reacted quickly and instinctively raised his pistol. But he did not expect that the person who jumped up from the bed at this moment actually moved the bed directly threw it at him. How could he dodge? The intensive care unit was not spacious, and everything happened so suddenly that he could not dodge at all. His body collided with the bed, and his whole body was directly smashed to the ground, seeing stars. He did not have time to think about what happened, and his first reaction was to inform the 2 people outside. But the moment he took out his communicator, his wrist was directly stepped on. The other party directly kicked away his communicator. Who are you? He asked in horror. In the dim light, he could only see a young man. Strangely, the right sleeve of the patient gown was completely broken. The young man did not speak, but directly inserted a syringe into his neck. It seemed that he injected something. What did you inject into me? He was inevitably frightened. The young man squatted down, grabbing his hair with one hand, and said indifferently, "A virus that will make your internal organs rot. Of course, before the rot starts, the pain will make you have the impulse to directly commit suicide. Believe me, you should know that you are facing a pharmaceutical company." His mask had been taken off, revealing a frightened expression. What do you want me to do?" The young man smiled indifferently. "How about making a deal?" He opened his eyes wide, almost without hesitation. Mercenaries naturally did not have many rules. What should I do? He did not even ask for the price, because the current situation did not allow him to bargain. Outside the hospital, inside a van, the interior of the van looked far more simple than the exterior. At this time, the communication device in the van kept buzzing. In the van, a relatively thin woman yawned and picked up the communicator. She glanced at the guy who was sitting on the seat with a strange face and was already dead, then turned on the communicator and slowly called a few times. "I'm done here. How about your side?" It was the voice of Tang Tianlin. She smiled faintly. "Should be earlier than you. Remember to spread the news before they come. Then let's start the next step of the plan." Chapter 1267. For people wearing white masks and combat suits quickly broke into the room. While they were breaking in, Mr. House was struggling in the room. He resisted with his seemingly harmless body, but his limbs were secured by straps. "Let go! Let go of me!" Just when he was in despair, these 4 masked armed men who had intruded were no less than a blessing to him. He was not a believer and did not believe in God, but at this time he had an impulse to praise God. "Who are you?" The doctors and nurses huddled together in horror, because 2 masked armed men were pointing guns at them. At the same time, the other 2 men came to House and untied him. One of them said in a low voice, "Are you House?" "Are you Wally?" House asked excitedly. The man didn't answer, but quickly said, "Mr. House, we need to evacuate as soon as possible. Many of Bertani's men are hired here. Damn it. I hired them. All of them, sh*T. Even so, he suppressed the anger in his heart. As long as he could get out of this place, as long as he could get to Wally, as long as he would get everything back. The masked armed man nodded and carried House on his back. They quickly left the hospital. The flash bombs and smoke bombs caused a lot of commotion. House felt like he was back in the war era of the last century. He crossed one smuggling route after another in the rain of bullets. All he could hear was a cacophony of voices. His head was groggy as he was brought to a modified van not long after. House seemed to be in better spirits. Maybe it was because he was out of danger. Thank God. Your kindness will be rewarded. A masked armed man suddenly took out a mini detector and scanned House's body. What are you doing? House was quite dissatisfied. This guy's actions were not civilized. Sir, relax. At this time, the other person said indifferently, he just wants to see if you have any signal device or something like that on your body. You don't want to be caught right after escaping, right? Howe was shocked and quickly said, You guys continue. Suddenly, the detector beeped. It was right where House's heart was. House hurriedly said, I have a pacemaker. The inspector did not say a word. He continued to scan all the way down. The detector under House's feet rang again. Is there a pacemaker here too? House shuddered. Before he could say anything, his leg was lifted up. Then, someone took a small knife and cut a hole under his foot. Using a pair of tweezers, they took out something the size of a finger. It must be Jimmy. That damn traitor. House couldn't care less about the wound on the soles of his feet. His face suddenly turned ferocious. At the same time, he was very satisfied that the people sent by Wally were so careful. At least, he temporarily let down his guard against the people in the car. Of course, this was before he saw Wally. His name was Ichi, and he grew up in the Siberian plateau. Later on, he joined the local boxing training camp, and finally became a mercenary. He was also the only one of the 10 people who survived this time. At the dock, looking at the 4 former companions who were preparing for the final evacuation route, Ichi did not even feel sad. The only thing he was afraid of was that his body was injected with an unknown virus. It wasn't that Ichi didn't think that this could just be a lie, but what if it was true? 9 out of 10 people who made drugs and sold drugs were crazy. He was not a gambler. Between life and death, the only thing he could do was to agree to cooperate with the other party. Not to mention, putting aside the weapons that had been confiscated, in terms of pure hand-to-hand combat ability, he was far inferior to the young man in front of him who could pick up the bed with one hand and throw it at him. The young man was sitting on a chair at this time, holding a small scalpel in his hand. The scalpel was jumping between his fingers. Ichi's eyelids fiercely twitched a few times. It was very rare to see someone who could use a scalpel to protect a butterfly knife. This young man's scalpel might be more terrifying than his fist. Of the 4 mercenaries on the ground, 2 of them had their throats slit by this very scalpel. In addition, there was a woman who looked very dry in Ichi's eyes, but this woman alone defeated the other 2 mercenaries. After you rescue House, what are you going to do next? The young man looked straight at Ichi. Ichi did not dare to look at the young man's eyes. He boasted that he had killed a lot of people, but the young man's eyes made him feel like he was on the operating table and would be dismembered at any time. He was simply like a butcher. We'll leave directly from this dock and take a cargo ship to Shanghai. Our company's cargo ship is there. We'll drive to Mara first, and then take a plane from there. Our final destination is the UK. The young man, Tang Tianlin, narrowed his eyes slightly. It'll take at least 4 or 5 days, but you've only been here for less than 2 days. Ichi said with cold sweat, We didn't set off from the UK at the beginning. Our people are moving around the world. At this moment, the woman who was resting against the wall suddenly opened her eyes. She saw 2 beams of light coming in. A van had arrived outside. Tang Tianlin stood up and said indifferently, House has been rescued. Act according to your original plan. I'll leave the matter of contacting your boss to you." As he spoke, he suddenly pulled out the scalpel in his hand. The metal blade directly swept across Ichi's face, cutting a small wound and finally nailing it into the wall behind him. Okay. At the same time, Tang Tianlin and her directly put on the white mask and the same combat suit, walking side by side to put them on. At this time, she said, "I didn't promise you that I'll leave so suddenly and for such a long time." Tang Tianlin said casually, "Opportunities don't wait for people. If you miss this opportunity, you may lose the whereabouts of the perfect human cells forever." She was silent for a moment. Finally, she shook her head and walked away. She stood alone on the railing and looked at the river ahead. After a while, she took out her phone and sent 2 messages. One was to Xiao Bao, asking him to take a long leave for her. Although she was very interested in the perfect human cells, she obviously didn't intend to give up her identity as a forensic doctor here. This was the identity that allowed her to have contact with Rin Xiling. The second was naturally to Rin Xiling, telling her that she had some personal matters to attend to and had to leave for a while. As for moving over, they would talk about it when she came back. Not long after, House was supported by 2 large men and walked to the front. Ichi wasn't originally the captain of the 10-man team this time and was only the vice captain, but now he naturally became the new captain of the 10-man team and was responsible for maintaining contact with House and the real boss of the British side. She silently watched all these happening. Tang Tianlin's plan was actually very rushed, but surprisingly effective. Although Tang Tianlin had been very careful, she still didn't trust Ichi, so she flicked her finger. A dark, red imprint silently entered Ichi's body in the night, fusing into the necklace he wore around his neck. Well, it was better to be prepared, she thought. Soon after, the boat began to sail out of the dock, but her face suddenly changed. Oh no, she didn't know how long this trip would take, and she forgot to take the jam with her. She reached out her hand to the railing, heartbroken. My food! In front of the dock, Lu Mingho and Wei Zidao put down the binoculars in their hands at the same time. Lu Mingho lit a cigarette and took a puff. Brother, how? What are these people doing? It seems they are leaving. Wei Zidao frowned. Who is the old man they took away? He looks familiar. That old man's name is House. On the surface, he's a foreign investor in our country. His business is very big, and he has many business partnerships with the Zhao family. Lu Mingho said calmly, of course, behind the scenes, he's a drug dealer who smuggles drugs in the European continent. How can this person be related to the vampire family of the Devil's Feast Alliance? I don't know. Lu Mingho shook his head. Originally, House's matter wasn't under our jurisdiction. It was the National Security Bureau's matter. But now, how about this? Go back and write a report and hand it to the branch office. I think our overseas intelligence system will start working. What about the riot in the hospital? Lu Mingho shrugged and said, there's still the police. Besides, House isn't Chinese. These foreigners can do whatever they want, as long as they're not targeting our countrymen. We'll just pretend we didn't see anything. He then looked at the time. It was 10:30 p.m. It's late. Let's go back. 3 hours ago, Luochio returned home. She wasn't surprised to see Lizzie sitting on the sofa in the living room. And then she saw Rin Xiling fighting in the kitchen. Nanny Rin, who had the aura of an auntie, stood outside the kitchen door with a spatula in one hand, but her image collapsed in an instant. She didn't say anything like washing her hands first before dinner was ready. Instead, she asked pitifully, where did you put the Zhuhou sauce? Luochio sighed slightly, shaking her head. She took the spatula from Rin Xiling and put on a new apron. Let me take over. I don't want to spend twice as much time cleaning. Can we still be friends? It's all here. Luochio didn't even look at it. He opened one of the cabinets and said casually, I put all the spices that are not commonly used here. Those that can't be found on the stove will be here. Do you remember? Unexpectedly, wet Nurse Rin was counting with her fingers at this time. 1, 2, 3, 30. God, it's your first time talking to me, and you can say more than 30 words in one sentence. Can I drink 3 bottles of beer tonight to celebrate? Under Boss Luo's gaze, Nanny Rin moved to the kitchen door like a caterpillar. He closed the door, casually. Lizzie, who was watching TV, burst into laughter at this time. She said that the variety show artists were very funny, so Nanny Rin grabbed a newly bought lantern fruit and threw it over. Lizzie's skills were superb. She caught it with her mouth and said with a smile, "Give me another one." "Go away." Ren Xiling grabbed a handful and threw out 5 or 6. Unexpectedly, Lizzie caught all of them, and Ren Xiling was defeated. "Are you a clown invited by the circus?" Nanny Rin sat on the sofa weakly. Lizzie returned a lantern fruit and fed it to Ren Xiling's mouth with a smile. Ren Xiling rolled her eyes. She probably wouldn't be bored when Luocio was not here. She stroked her hair and looked at Luocio's vague figure at the kitchen door subconsciously and smiled. She was a little reluctant to leave. Luocio's cooking skills were naturally not as good as Miss Maid's, but he was much better than Nanny Rin. After 10 minutes, the 3 of them sat at the table. Lizzie didn't come here often, but every time she came, she could eat half of the rice cooker. She almost licked the plate. This time was still the same. "Luocio, can I be your mistress?" "I'm very easy to raise. As long as you promise me 3 meals a day, I don't care about the status." Luocio smiled and didn't say anything. Lizzie was defeated. Ren Xiling said angrily, "You don't mind, but I do. Remember, you have to solve your own 3 meals a day." "How can you do this?" Lizzie protested. Ren Xiling pretended not to see it and then picked up the cup next to her. Of course, it was not enough for 3 bottles. Luocio just poured a cup and didn't fill it. How hateful. By the way, when I went to do the interview today, do you know who I saw? Ren Xiling suddenly looked at Luocio and said with a trace of beer foam at the corner of her mouth. Luocio pushed the tissue box over. "Who did you meet?" "Songing," Ren Xiling said with her eyes wide open. "You really scared me. This classmate of yours has quite the background." "You went to do an interview with her?" Luocio thought. "Yes. Her company wants to do public relations. Almost all the famous media were called." Ren Xiling wanted to wipe the foam on her lips with the back of her hand, but she still used the tissue. "What did she say to you?" Mammy Rin suddenly narrowed her eyes. "Give me another bottle and I'll tell you." Boss Luo stood up and said to Lizzie, "I'm full. Take your time. Just leave the bowls and chopsticks. I'll wash them later." Mammy Rin opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. Luocio had already returned to the room, as straightforward as always. Lizzie laughed. She was a little bit looking forward to the next days, even though it might not be a long time. Genius remembered the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1268. In fact, Lizzie had already stayed there that night. Ren Xiling said that it was just a matter of time and she had to get used to it. It was better to get used to it as soon as possible. Soon after dinner, she received a message from Nan Xiaonan. She knew that Nan Xiaonan had to leave for a period of time. It was a pity that she couldn't accept her invitation. Lizzie stayed in the guest room that had been cleaned up before and given to Nan Xiaonan for 2 days. She was a monster, so she was naturally very sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth. Because of Nan Xiaonan's example, the warm jade placed under Nanny Ren's mattress didn't attract any attention this time. No one would notice it in the future, unless Nanny Ren, who was in the last stage of laziness, remembered to clean the bottom of the mattress. After this night, there were only 3 days left before Luocio announced to the public that he would go abroad. He still didn't intend to open the door and take the initiative to do business. Since he was a child, Luocio was more inclined to plan actions. In these few days, he planned to plan the next 1 or 2 years. The game God King was about to log into other subworlds, which meant that he was likely to not have to worry about too many things soon, for a whole year. Around this time last year, he became the boss of the club. Now a whole year had passed, and he had been used to this kind of life. This year was unusually long for him. Luaccio recalled the customers who had traded with him. One story after another flowed through his heart and turned into a little warmth. It was like warm spring water gradually washing the mountain stream in the cold winter. He knew that he didn't fail in the struggle of emotional deprivation for a whole year. But he always hid the stage where his rationality was magnified and his emotion was suppressed. It's almost time for me to try all kinds of strong emotions by myself. In front of the desk, Luaccio slowly wrote down the two extremes of the strongest human emotions, love and hate. He couldn't hate a person. Zhou Yuxing's matter had been dealt with. For him, there was no reason to hate. At present, there was nothing in this world that could make him hate. Then all that's left is love. Luaccio was silent for a moment. He erased the word hate from the white paper and slowly filled in the category of love. He wrote it down stroke by stroke. The last part of the text read, "Love the world, love life, love all the people who love me." After the words were written, they jumped out from the paper. His heart skipped a beat, and he flipped through the contents of the star creation technique that Nan Xiaonan had written. He did not really need to study it because he already knew all the normal rules and changes of the star creation technique. This was a temporary state that he bought back temporarily, which was equivalent to giving himself a buff. He didn't need a long time. He just needed to be able to use the star creation technique at this time. The star creation marks that corresponded to these words appeared out of thin air and finally merged with these words. Thus, they possessed another kind of life. Luaccio thought for a while and took out a string of prayer beads from the drawer. This was a gift from Sister Ollie on the cruise ship during the Golden Week last year. The words jumped into the prayer beads one by one and finally disappeared. Luaccio put the prayer beads on again. This was the warning he gave himself. After the buff was removed, he could only know the star creation technique, but not use it again. Luaccio smiled and turned off the table lamp. Outside the room, Ren Xiling and Lizzie seemed to have not slept yet. They were whispering something. In the silence, Luaccio slept with his clothes on. His thoughts were like ripples, slowly rippling to listen to the sound of everything. In the living room, Lizzie, who was chatting with Nanny Ren, suddenly sat up and killed a mosquito that flew in front of her with a snap. The sound of clapping hands startled the sleepy Nanny Ren and gave her a sideways glance. Lizzie blinked and smiled. "Sister Ren, do you suddenly feel very comfortable and happy?" "I feel very sleepy." Ren Xiling said grumpily, "Why do I have to accompany you to watch the food program in the middle of the night? If you want to read the newspaper, go to the company's group." She spoke softly, as if she was being held gently by someone who treated her as something precious. In the same night, when the terrifying screams that were weakened by the space stopped, two strong men endured the discomfort and walked into the room. They dragged out the two badly mutilated corpses. After that, someone sent two panic-stricken and struggling sloppy vagrants into the room. While outside, Chunyan was recording the number of dead experimental subjects with his scalp tingling. Chunyan was not the only one who had the same feeling. There were also several civilian experts and Master Huang's disciple, Chen Er. Chen Er seldom did evil things, but it didn't mean that he didn't do them. In the early years, he followed Master Huang around Southeast Asia for a period of time. In fact, Master Huang started his business in Hong Kong. At that time, many rich people and gangsters liked to ask Huang Chifa for fortune-telling and even black magic. Huang Chifa's black magic was not passed down from his sect, but he had learned it in Nanyang when he was traveling abroad. Chen Er had seen his master use black magic several times and felt that it was the most vicious thing in the world, but it seemed not as terrible as what happened in the sealed room in front of him. But if 24 inside could succeed, then not only him, but all the people here might have a chance to have real power. Qin Er only learned a little about feng shui, but had been greatly benefited by it. Therefore, he naturally longed for the more powerful power. Everyone longed for power, no matter it was the superpower of wealth or the real power of transcendence. Most of those who were recruited by Zhong Luoqin wanted to be on the same side as Qin Er. Otherwise, no one wanted to get involved in this kind of immoral thing. How many are left? In this environment, filled with screams from time to time, Zhong Luoqin, who was calmer than everyone else, suddenly asked Qingyin, "Second young master, there are, 8 left." Changyin swallowed his saliva. According to this pace, master, 24 should be able to do another 4 experiments. If it still fails, we have to wait for a few more days to get some new goods. Zhong Luoqin's finger tapped on the table. Then he nodded and stood up. "You stay here and watch the experiment. I'll go check on the children." The children mentioned by Zhong Luoqin were naturally the children who were discovered by the superpower research lab before he met 24, who were born with microability. He wouldn't choose to put all his eggs in the same basket, sharing the risk. This was something that the children of aristocratic families had to learn from the beginning. 24's experiment and the research lab's research had been carried out at the same time. However, 24 was very interested in these children with microability and more than once proposed to use these children for experiments. Naturally, Zhong Luoqin had been suppressing it. "Second young master, don't worry. Once there is news, I'll inform you at the first time." Zhong Luoqin nodded casually, quickly walked out of this area and stepped into another part of the lab. Changyin covered his ears with both hands, hiding far away from 24's experiment room. This location was actually closer to the room used for those homeless people. Changyin looked in from the corner of the curtain, seeing the rest of the homeless people, at this time, were restlessly walking around in the room. These people might be born with mental disabilities or have become delirious after years of wandering, or even numb. But it seemed that their natural instinct for danger was still there, so they subconsciously knew fear. Only a bald young man, who didn't even have eyebrows, sat motionlessly, watching the movements of the people in the room. Changyin didn't feel the slightest fear from this bald young man, couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He suddenly had some kind of interest, wanting to see how long this bald young man could remain indifferent. So he decided to arrange him to be the last one to carry out the experiment. It was too depressing here. The cruelty began to breed unconsciously. Listening to the screams, Changyan's eyes gradually became cruel. Compared to 24's purgatory-like place, the other side of the superpower lab was very peaceful. This side used a gentler method. The rooms were designed in pure white. Those children who were discovered with microability were also wearing white clothes, shoes, and socks. They were placed in different rooms with different decorations. There were rooms with ocean decorations as the theme park as the theme, and cartoon as the theme. This was to appease the children's uneasiness. In each room, there were 2 specialized researchers, assisting the children in the training and development of their abilities. In fact, these researchers didn't have the slightest experience in studying superpower. They only had rich knowledge of physics, chemistry, and other applied sciences, at least for the second young master of the Zhong family, who had 0 foundation. He could only develop in this direction. In addition to the counselors in each room, there was also a researcher assigned outside the room, recording the children's performance throughout the whole process. Zhong Luoqin vaguely felt that this was the right research direction. But the progress of this research was too slow, so slow that these children with microability didn't have any progress until now. They were still the same as when they were discovered. Not knowing when it started, the second young master of the Zhong family had an urgent feeling in his heart. He already knew about that world, lingering outside, and could already see it, but he couldn't really step into it. That was why he compromised with 24. He asked Qingyin whether he liked Wei Xiaobao or Hixin. In fact, the question was similar to asking himself. The answer was the same. He didn't intend to give up on these 2 research directions. At this time, a researcher quickly walked to the side of the second young master of the Zhong family. He brought a new surprise for Zhong Luochen. We found a new child with ability. Oh, this indeed gave Zhong Luochen a new surprise. There should be many kinds of micro-ability, and it might not be possible to classify them, so it was always good to have more samples and data. Take me to see what ability is it this time. The researcher said excitedly, I think it should be called the ability of animal transformation. The child we found can freely switch between the characteristics of a pig and a normal person. Animal. Zhong Luochen was stunned, but he was quite interested in the ability of transformation. But it was a pity that he could only turn into a pig. His good mood suddenly dropped a bit, but it didn't hurt to have a look. After he adjusted his somewhat irritated mood after leaving 24, accompanied by the researcher, he came to the room where the newly found child was placed. Just as the researcher said, Zhong Luochen saw a 4- or 5-year-old child through the observation glass. At this time, he had a pig head that seemed to be incomplete and was looking around anxiously. In fact, not only his head, but also his 4 limbs were similar to those of a pig, but he was wearing children's clothes. How did you find this child? Zhong Luochen frowned. The child was wearing children's clothes. It seemed that he had a family. Maybe his family also knew about this child. The researcher said, It's like this among our children. There is one who can communicate with insects for a short time. We wanted to take him outside to get close to nature, to see if we could stimulate his potential. Later, we found this child in the forest park used for the experiment. At that time, he was digging carrots in the plantation in the park to eat. No one else. No one else. The researcher said carefully, We did it after we confirmed it, and no one saw it. Zhong Luochen shook his head. Most of the children he found before were adopted from the orphanage or rescued from human traffickers. To directly bring them back, forget it. Compared with those homeless people, there was no difference. Zhong Luochen didn't intend to double standards. Since his subordinates did it, he would do it. Have you asked him about his situation? His family? He just needed to think about how to deal with it later. I did. He said that his name is Zhu Heezy or something. At this time, Zhu Zi in the room suddenly shook the bell-like necklace on his neck crazily. Sister Blackwater didn't come back very late tonight. At least no one in the family was hungry. As the eldest sister, the little rabbit monster dutifully prepared dinner for her brothers and sisters. After dinner, she began to coax some of the cubs to sleep. Sister Blackwater didn't come back until it was late at night, and she brought back a little bird. Sister Blackwater, is this? Blackwater held the little bird carefully, smiling lovingly. I found it by accident. Part of its intelligence has just been opened, and it will turn into a monster in the future. I have to look after it, so I came back late. Many cubs had fallen asleep. The little rabbit didn't dare to speak loudly, but she couldn't hide her joy. She said happily, Great, we have a new child. By the way, where is Zhu Zi? Blackwater rubbed the little rabbit's head and asked casually. Usually, Zhu Zi would come to her first when she came back looking for food. No matter whether he had dinner or not, he was always hungry. I picked some fruits on my way back. They tasted good. Blackwater said with a smile. Oh, speaking of which, where is Zhu Zi? The little rabbit noticed something. No wonder I feel it's so quiet today. I haven't seen this glutton since this morning. He must have slipped out to look for food. This kid, Blackwater, shakes her head. Apart from blaming them, she smiles. Her tolerance to these kids could actually be described as a kind mother who spoiled her son more often than not. The sound of a bell ringing suddenly rang in her ears. Blackwater's face changed slightly, and then her straight hair scattered messily. Suddenly, a fierce monster power broke out. Sister! Zhu Zi is in danger. Blackwater took a breath, and the violent monster power was suppressed. But her voice was much colder. She ordered, You stay here and look after the house. I'll be back soon. Genius remembered the address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1269. In front of the observation room, Zhong Luochen frowned. Why does the child keep shaking the bell on his neck? The observation room was equipped with a single-sided glass, so the situation outside could not be seen from the inside. The researcher subconsciously pushed up his glasses and said, "Maybe it's a sign of uneasiness. Although the child is only a few years old, his strength is no less than an adult's. We spent a lot of effort to catch him and even used anesthetics. However, we don't dare to get close to him now because he will bite. One of us was bitten by him, but he's fine after bandaging. However, we don't dare to go in for the time being unless we continue to give him anesthetics." Zhong Luochen thought for a while. Calm him down first and ask about his family situation, especially his family situation. We must find out as soon as possible. This is the most important thing. When they were talking, the little piglet in the observation room was so frightened that he was about to cry. The frequency of shaking the bell became faster and faster. This bell was given to him by Sister Ink. Not only him, but the other siblings in the family also had one. This was to prevent the cubs from sending out a message when they were in danger. The bell was just a simple bell, but it hid the scales that Blackwater pulled out from her body. "Sister, come quickly. I'm so hungry. Everyone here is bad. They won't give me anything to eat." "Woo, woo!" The cries of the little piglet in the observation room were directly transmitted. Zhong Luochen and the researcher listened carefully. The second young master of the Zhong family suddenly said, "He really has a family. Why is he shaking this bell? What can a bell do?" The researcher asked subconsciously. Zhong Luochen suddenly had a bad feeling. He did not know where the premonition came from, but it was getting stronger. "Go and find some food. Calm the child first. Then find a way to take out his bell. I have a feeling that this bell is not simple." "Okay." The researcher nodded and walked out quickly. There was no shortage of food here, especially food that children like to eat. After all, they believed that keeping the children happy while they were conducting research would help them grow better. These children were more or less orphans, and they were not from the orphanage. Their lives in the past could not be considered good, but now they were well taken care of here, except for some restrictions on their freedom. The children did not mind, and gradually built a relationship with the researchers here. However, for some reason, the uneasy feeling in Zhong Luochen's heart grew stronger and stronger. "Last two?" Chunyin looked at the two bloody corpses that were dragged out and shook his head. This time, 24 personally dragged them out. He had already tested more than a dozen bodies and was planning to come out to drink some water and take a rest. At this moment, Chang Yin set his eyes on the last two test subjects. Among them, there was a bald young man whom Chang Yin specially saved for the end. Chang Yin looked at him carefully and found that this bald young man had a westernized face. This guy looks like an idiot, but his body is so healthy. When the bald youth was brought out, the big man who escorted him frowned and said, "Assistant Chung, this guy doesn't look like an ordinary person. Look at his muscles. Generally speaking, without long-term and scientific training, it's impossible to reach this level. It's like the golden ratio." Of course, Chung Yun did not know about training or body proportions. Although he did not know, it did not mean that he would pretend to know. Chung Yin was very clear about his own ability. Of course, he was the best at flattery, but his other talents were ordinary. However, he had one advantage. That was he could listen to the professional's words. "Will there be trouble?" Chung Yun frowned and asked. The man said, "It's hard to say, but ordinary people would not exercise like this. No, it should be said that he trained his body to reach this state. But I don't know why he became an idiot." "Well," Chung Yun paced. "Let's detain him first. I will ask him how he found this place." When the man was about to nod, 24 who just came back from drinking water suddenly walked over with a gloomy face. Everyone had already experienced 24's cruelty and horror. At this moment, seeing 24 walking over, The robust man who was detaining the bald young man stepped back, subconsciously. 24 Master. Master? Cheng Yun mustered up his courage and called out. 24 stretched out his hand and pinched the bald youth's arm, then his body, as if he was checking something. Suddenly he cracked open his mouth and revealed a strange smile. Isn't there a good material here? Wouldn't it have been better if you had taken it out earlier? Why waste so much of my energy with that trash? Cheng Yun gave a start. Master, you mean this guy will succeed, 24 said, at least 10 times more successful than those trash. Cheng Yun immediately gritted his teeth, saying in a low voice, What are you waiting for? Send this guy to the master's room. After a short while, the bald youth was thrown into the room, and 24 followed him with a smile. As for the homeless man who was originally in the same group as the bald youth, no one paid any attention to him, and he was once again locked in his original room. Assistant Chungness, what if this bald young man has some background? It was the one who noticed the bald young man was not ordinary at the beginning. At this moment, he reminded Cheng Yun in a low voice. Cheng Yun waved his hand. If he succeeds, it won't be a problem. If he succeeds, no matter what kind of trouble, young master will be able to suppress it, right? This person nodded in agreement. Knowing the huge power behind the Zhong family, of course, he wouldn't doubt the sentence. 24 didn't care what outsiders thought. At this moment, he was sizing up the bald young man who was standing there in a daze. 24 walked to the front of the young man. Well, the people on the internet said that bald people are very strong. Is it true? You've become stronger because you've become bald? Idiot 24. Idiot 24. That's a manga. Idiot 24. 24 grabbed the crow on his shoulder and threw it out. This time it wasn't thrown to the wall, but directly to the bald young man's body. The crow instantly turned into a dark shadow, wrapping the bald young man like a black cocoon. 24 said slowly, This should be able to bear my consciousness, transform the soul? Why would he do this kind of thing for Zhong Luochen, although he was an immortal level conjurer? But when it came to matters related to the soul, it wasn't something that he could completely understand. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but the cost and the result was only to allow the individual to use the conjurer, which was simply unequal. 24 just wanted to change a better body for himself. He was involved in this subworld, and time was really too short. The body that his consciousness was attached to was really very poor. Of course, as a cursemancer, he didn't care too much about his body. However, he had been punched several times by a guy with terrifying strength. His bones were almost broken. Moreover, there was a strange energy that stayed in his body. Instead of wasting time to expel this strange energy and then heal his injuries, it was better to directly change his body to a new one. It would be faster. It was just that it wasn't easy to find a new body that was compatible with him. At least, those dead vagrants in front of him didn't have a compatible body that satisfied him. The shadow, the crow, turned into was currently analyzing the bald, young man's body, little by little. 24's dim eyes were getting brighter and brighter. I actually found a treasure. The potential of this body is actually, he didn't care much about the problem of the body as long as it was compatible with his soul, so that he could use the conjurer smoothly. However, if the new body's potential was high, he would naturally be happy to see it. At least when he was fighting with the warrior, he wouldn't spit out a few mouthfuls of blood after a punch, right? The crow's voice suddenly rang. Idiot 24, deconstruction complete. 24 was more and more satisfied. This is really amazing. This body actually only has a simple consciousness and doesn't even have a soul. It's simply born to be a vessel. He revealed a sinister smile, and his body walked into the black cocoon, merging into it little by little. The ship had completely left the dock. At this time, only a faint light could be seen in the city. It's only been a while, and you're already reluctant to part with it. In the sea breeze, Tang Tianlin held a bottle of red wine in his left hand and 2 wine glasses upside down in his right hand. He came to Nan Xiaonan, who was enjoying the breeze on the deck, and smiled. Take a break. Red wine contained less sugar. She looked at the red wine, thinking about the problem of calories. In fact, she was more inclined towards drinks like cola. She heard that cola had a unique name, Happy Water. No, I don't drink, she said indifferently. Not only sugar, alcohol would also affect the brain's activity, and it was not convenient for her to speed up her thinking. Tang Tianlin didn't mind. In his memory, Nan Xiaonan was indeed a person who almost didn't touch alcohol. Oh, right, I have something to ask you. She ran her fingers through her loose hair in the sea breeze. That night, other than House, you also took the clone away, right? How did you deal with the clone, or has he been disposed of? Tang Tianlin said, I don't know, he's missing. Missing? She analyzed the authenticity of this statement. Tang Tianlin said, that day when I came out from the secret tunnel, I actually hid the test subject in the rockery behind the exit. I planned to retrieve it after everything was over. But when I went back later, he was gone and I couldn't find him. He left on his own. Maybe. Tang Tianlin said with uncertainty, this guy seems to have a bit of his own consciousness. She recalled that when the cultivation chamber exploded, the clone moved on its own. Should be. She looked at Tang Tianlin and said coldly, you seem to be more concerned about whether the clone can be found than whether it can be found. Why? Tang Tianlin said slowly, how do we distinguish a person from a person? A person who can be recognized by morality, a living person who can be defined? He also looked at the city that was fading away. So, what is that? I can't see it or touch it, but as long as it has consciousness, it will naturally know how to think. Isn't the essence of a human being because he knows how to think? If he leaves on his own, if he can live a good life in the future, doesn't it prove that he is already a real person? She said with a smile, because we are in the same boat. You are also a Hausen clone. Tang Tianlin didn't say anything. He just smiled lightly, raised his glass, and said softly, a toast to life. The wind started to blow. Suddenly, a strong sea breeze blew toward the city. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight. Bubugao's tone-deaf voice buzzed in Wang Hu's ears like a fly. As long as the headphones were removed, it would be another style. Well, let's call it singing for the time being. Wang Hu resisted the urge to punch Bubugao and moved away from Bubugao. Since receiving the task of monitoring the situation in the building, the computer room on the roof of another building opposite the building had become a temporary stronghold for him and Bubugao. I want to fight with that woman again. Such an idea suddenly popped up in Wang Hu's mind. That powerful woman on the roof of the pet hospital. Suddenly, Wang Hu's pores opened in an instant, and the hair on the surface of his body stood up automatically. He stood up abruptly. He stood up straight. He jumped off Bubugao. What's wrong with you again? Bubugao took off his headphones. Wang Hu walked out of the computer room, ignoring Bubugao. He ran directly to the rooftop and stared at the night sky. Bubugao was the best at the back. With a sullen face, he followed Wang Hu and looked at the night sky. The night seemed to be pressing down, and the moon was covered by a dark cloud. It seemed to have darkened directly, and there was a strong wind blowing, and Bubugao trembled subconsciously. Is it going to rain? It's the demon Aura. Wang, whose eyes lit up. The powerful demon Aura is coming. Above the building, a dark cloud visible to the naked eye appeared out of nowhere. It was a rotating dark cloud. It was supposed to be late at night, but to be able to see dark clouds was a very unusual thing. The security guard at the entrance of the building looked up in surprise. He found that the cloud seemed to be dark red like a demon cloud. The security guard couldn't help but take out his phone, intending to take a picture of this scene. At this moment, the sound of footsteps entered his ears. It was the clear sound of high heels on the concrete road. He looked in the direction of the sound, and in the dark night he saw a woman walking slowly, black clothes. Black skirt, black lips, cold eyes. The security guard was stunned. This woman was extremely beautiful, but he suddenly shivered. The moment his body shivered, the woman appeared in front of him in a flash, as if ignoring space. You. Before he could speak, his neck was directly grabbed by this beautiful and terrifying woman and lifted up. You, where did you take my piggy to? Speak. The woman's hair moved with the slight breeze and scattered. The demon cloud in the sky turned completely dark red in an instant. Old Tai set a small goal, first carrot remember New Year's Eve Chinese network. Oh, chapter 1270. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly there was the sound of thunder. It was muffled thunder. Lu Mingho, who was writing a report in the office, was startled. He walked out of the window and looked up at the strange sky. His face changed instantly. The door was pushed open with a bang, and Wei Zidao walked in quickly. His face was grim. He was holding a small instrument in his hand, and the indicator light on the instrument was flashing red. Brother Hao, look. The demon aura measuring instrument is 100 times more than the normal one. What happened? Lu Mingho shook his head, subconsciously looking at the cup on the desk. The half-full glass of water seemed to have been shaken, and the clear water began to move violently, causing countless small splashes. The phone rang. It was Bubugao. Wei Zidao took it in a hurry. Then his face changed slightly. Brother Hao, there's a monster approaching the building of Zhong Luochen's company. I'm afraid it's at least a big monster. Lu Mingho's pupils suddenly opened. His next reaction was, Go! Let's go and see. What? I don't know. The security guard, who was lifted up by the neck, was struggling in pain. His voice was intermittent. Black water snorted coldly and threw the man away. The security guard's body was suddenly thrown into the security booth, smashing it into smithereens. His head was bleeding and he fainted. At this moment, the thick demonic clouds in the sky covered the sky and pressed down, as if the demonic clouds were pressing down on the city. Blackwater's eyes became colder and colder. She walked directly to the entrance of the building. The glass door at the entrance of the lobby exploded before she arrived. The entire building was more than 30 stories high. Almost all the windows were shattered at this moment. Countless pieces of glass scattered like stardust. The good news was that it was already late at night. The normal employees had already left early. The bad news was that several security guards who were patrolling the building were so scared that they couldn't stop trembling. Some of them even fell from the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. The building shook slightly like an earthquake, and this shock was directly transmitted to the research institute in the negative floor of the building. What happened? Earthquake? Changyan looked at the dust falling from the ceiling and felt the vibration from the floor. Will there be an earthquake here? No one could answer. They just subconsciously looked at the room where 24 was doing his experiments. 24 had been in there for some time, much longer than any of the previous experiments he had done. Is it because of the great master? Changyan frowned and then relaxed. He looked happy. Are we going to succeed this time? Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Only Chen Er was frowning. A sense of uneasiness spread through his heart, and his mood suddenly became uneasy. He quickly pinched his fingers and began to calculate. It was just that he was not proficient in the art. He had only learned the surface of the finger divination along the way. He could not calculate what was going on, but the feeling of uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. His heart was beating rapidly, and Chen Er was already in a state of trembling. He decisively bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stuck the blood on his finger and smeared it on his eyelids. Chen Er opened his eyes again and looked at the people present. At this time, the people present were all covered with dark clouds, which was the sign of death. He was shocked and shouted without hesitation, "Let's go! There is danger here. You are all in danger." Master Qin? Chun Yin was stunned. He was in awe and fear of 24. but he was very respectful to Chinair. After all, Chinair had helped him set up a lot of peach blossom arrays, which indeed allowed him to live a very romantic life. I can't explain so much. You are all in big trouble. If you don't want to die, listen to me and leave here immediately, Chinair said, and directly rushed to the exit without explaining anything. What's wrong with him? A martial arts master frowned. Crazy. These martial arts masters were not as afraid of Chinair as they were of 24. They only thought Chinair was a Jianghu charlatan. They didn't know whether he had real skills or not. At most, his 12 moves of Tan Tue were not bad, but most of them were disdainful of him. I will go and have a look, Chang Yin suddenly said. Masters, please stay here and take care of him. After all, Chang Yin still thought that Chinair's peach blossom arrays were good. At this time, he wanted to check on Chinair's situation, so he quickly walked out. The remaining martial arts masters shrugged. They didn't care about Chinair's crazy behavior. Perhaps he was just scared out of his wits by the sudden vibration. Chinair was scared, but they weren't. The bigger the vibration, the higher the possibility of success. Inside, there was the power that they dreamed of. But at this time, countless cracks appeared on the ceiling above their heads. In just a breath, the ceiling directly broke down, and a figure directly fell from the crack. Almost at the same time, the black cocoon in the room quietly sank into the floor little by little. Finally, it completely sank into the ground. Cement blocks mixed with steel bars smashed this floor beyond recognition. Many employees working for the Research Institute were buried in these stones. After all, these martial artists had trained their bodies for many years, so their resistance was very good. At this time, they pushed away the heavy objects on their bodies, petting the dust and climbing up. At present, the lights were dim, and only the emergency lights were on. In the red light, they saw a strange woman in a black dress with black hair looking around with sharp eyes. Just a glance. With just a glance, several martial artists were greatly shocked. They thought that this was bad. This person had a terrifying background. Not here, but he's in. They heard this strange woman whispering something. They responded cautiously, not intending to fight with this terrifying woman unless it was absolutely necessary. So someone stood out, asking tentatively, "This lady, what do you want to do?" The strange woman, Blackwater, glanced at her casually. She had already sensed the breath of Zhu Heezy, but at the same time, a strong smell of blood rushed into her nose. This was not the smell of blood that came from the wounds of those who were crushed under the rubble when she came down, but a stronger smell. She frowned and found the source of the smell. It was from several big wooden boxes piled up in the corner. Blackwater waved her hand, and those wooden boxes were instantly broken open. More than 10 badly mutilated corpses slid out. The brutality of the corpses made Blackwater, an authentic monster, feel disgusted. "What are these for?" Blackwater shouted coldly. The martial artists were in a trance under the horrible monster aura of Blackwater. At this time, they were startled by her sudden shout. One of them answered subconsciously, "For experiments," but as soon as he said it, he regretted it very much in his heart. Experiments. Zhu Heezy. Blackwater's face slightly changed. When she looked at these martial artists again, her eyes were full of killing intent. She slightly opened her 5 fingers, and her fingernails grew a little longer. Her figure flashed in front of them like a ghost. After flashing, a drop of blood fell from Blackwater's fingernails. She snorted, "Bastards." The martial artists slowly turned their bodies, but the moment they turned, their carotid arteries on their necks burst open instantly and blood burst out. They widened their eyes, and before they could cover the wound, they fell to the ground in horror and died. Blackwater was anxious about Zhu Heezy's safety. She did not check carefully here, but followed Zhu Heezy's monster aura and moved quickly. As soon as she left, 2 more figures arrived in the next moment. Seeing the corpses all over the ground and the wounded, Bubugao's face changed dramatically. Wang, whose eyes lit up, and he waved his arm. It went in this direction. Bubugao's mind turned quickly, and he said directly, Wang Hu, you go after it. You must stop it and don't kill humans. I'll save the wounded here and wait for the seniors to come. Wang, who nodded right away, and his body directly shot out. Bubugao looked at the tragic situation here with trepidation, and then saw the horrifying corpse in the corner. He suddenly shuddered. Damn it! Did I break into the Japanese's laboratory? What did the second young master of the Zhong family do? His heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he picked up some scattered documents from the ground and looked at them. The alarm beeped crazily. The vibration of the building was also transmitted to the other side of the research institute. The sudden alarm made the group of people who were dealing with Zhu Weizi stop. As for the rest of the children, they were already asleep, but the sudden change at this time also startled them, and they came out of their respective rooms in a daze. What happened? Zhong Luoqin looked around with a sullen face, but at this time, in the observation room, Zhu Heizi, who had quieted down after the food was delivered, suddenly began to shake the bell again. The sound of the bell made Zhong Luoqin inexplicably annoyed. He said with a rare irritation, Don't let him shake it. Take the bell away from me. Several researchers panicked, and they were completely in a state of obeying orders. Hearing this, they all stretched out their hands to grab Zhu Heizi, wanting to take away its bell. Zhu Heizi was just a cub, but its strength was not inferior to a healthy adult, and its body was short, so the researchers couldn't hold it down for a while. The research area here was basically separated from each other so that it would be quieter during research. However, at this time it was a mess outside. 6 or 7 children who were discovered to have microbilities, as well as dozens of researchers and more than 10 guards who stayed behind to guard the area. It was a mess outside. Zhong Luoqin picked up the phone and frowned, calling Qingyin. The moment the number was dialed, he heard footsteps behind him. Tap, 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 tap. Zhong Luoqin shuddered and turned around instantly, but the moment he saw the person, the phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Miss M.O. The Miss M.O. in front of him was completely different from the one in Zhong Luoqin's memory. The woman in the pottery studio was quiet and natural, as if she was an aloof flower. She was the most unique woman Zhong Luoqin had ever seen in his life. Even the second young master of the Zhong family, who didn't like women, had a feeling of yearning for her. He couldn't forget her, but he had never thought that he would meet her under such circumstances. Miss M.O., why are you here? But Zhong Luoqin soon felt that M.O. Shui was different from the one he knew. Her eyes, her appearance, such a bewitching black lips. Blackwater didn't look at Zhong Luoqin, nor did she care about his question. She just looked at the observation room, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. In the observation room, Zhu Heizi was pressed to the ground by several researchers. Some grabbed its neck, some pressed its limbs, and it opened its mouth to bite a researcher's arm. It was completely twisted in Blackwater's view. Zhu Heizi was being bullied by several humans. Sister, save me. Woo! Blackwater coldly snorted, and the glass wall of the observation room suddenly exploded. The researchers were shocked, and their arms loosened. Little Piglet nimbly broke free and jumped into Blackwater's arms, crying loudly, Sister! They bullied me. They didn't give me food. They even hit me. Sister, I'm so scared. Zhu Heizi is so scared. I want to go home. Woo, you're his sister. Zhong Luoqin blurted out. Blackwater glanced at Zhong Luoqin coldly. Then her gaze softened. She looked at Zhu Suezi and said softly, It's okay. We'll go back soon. Don't cry, okay? They bullied me. They even gave me injections. Zhu Heizi is afraid of injections the most. Sister will punish them. Don't cry, good boy. Blackwater touched Zhu Heizi's head gently and comforted him. She slowly sighed and looked up at Zhong Luoqin again. The second young master's heart suddenly jumped. This is your place? Blackwater asked suddenly. Zhong Luochen's mind turned quickly, but he calmed down quickly. He took a deep breath and said seriously, Miss Amo, this is indeed my place, but there must be some misunderstanding. I didn't know this child is yours. But he stopped talking instantly. At this moment, Zhong Luochen's eyes widened. His eyes were filled with fear, panic, disbelief, and a little pain. He felt the pain that stung every nerve ending in his body, spreading from his chest in an instant. Miss Mo's arm pierced through his chest without any hesitation. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. W.H. Why? No reason. Blackwater looked at him coldly. As long as this is your place, I'll kill anyone who hurts my child. She pulled her arm out of Zhong Luochen's chest and waved it. The blood stains on her arm instantly disappeared as if she was disgusted. Zhong Luochen's eyes began to dim and his vision gradually blurred. He simply fell to the ground in a pool of blood. His consciousness gradually faded away. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning. Before the complete darkness, he saw the clown boss with a mask. He and the boss had a conversation before the dark table. Then what are you going to keep? Although there are many things that can bring happiness, they can be summed up into a few. Love, family, interests, achievements, and peace of mind. Keep the achievements for me. Are you sure? Maybe the better choice will be at the end. I believe in my feelings. It's useless to say more. Darkness. Chapter 1271. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the wall broke open at a certain point, and then a large area of the wall collapsed as a whole. Wang, who stepped in through the hole. This was the most direct way to travel, and he barged in recklessly. Blackwater just withdrew her hand that pierced through Zhong Luochen's chest. Wang, who happened to see the scene. He just casually glanced at Zhong Luochen, who was lying in a pool of blood. Wang, who didn't know this human, so he had no interest in him. He didn't care whether Zhong Luochen was alive or dead. Therefore, to Wang Hu, there was no such thing as being one step behind. Blackwater's expression was still cold. She took away a human's life. Yes, it was just a human. For her, Zhong Luochen was just a dispensable human. To her, it couldn't be said that she hated humans, but at least she didn't have a good impression of them. Originally, if it wasn't for the endless exploitation by humans, she might still be living peacefully in the primeval forest, and the cubs she adopted wouldn't be homeless. Actually, she had been restraining herself because Shinryu had made a rule. Later, she was driven out of Yang Taizi's Taoist temple and came here. She thought she could live a peaceful life in Shinryu's territory. However, a human actually dared to touch her child, which was tantamount to challenging her fragile bottom line. Along the way, she first saw those brutally murdered corpses, then saw some children who were treated like white mice, and finally heard the cries of pigs. She didn't think she had gone too far. She just killed a mastermind. Blackwater didn't intend to kill too many people. At least after the mastermind died, she planned to leave with Zhu Sui. As for how this would end, it was not within her scope of consideration. At worst, she could go somewhere else with her cubs if she couldn't stay here anymore. Kelowna was so big that she could find a place for her and her cubs to live, even if she had to wander around. She didn't want her cubs to be hurt. But the situation seemed to have changed. For example, the one-armed strong man who broke the wall was different from those so-called martial arts masters. He emitted a pure demon aura, which was very oppressive. Are you with them? Blackwater held Big Pig in one hand. When he looked at Wang Hu, his eyes contained vigilance, as if stimulated by the Blackwater demon aura. A strong fighting spirit surged in Wang Hu's heart at this time. He, who had lost his memory, did not have much of a sense of right and wrong. At present, he was almost in a state where he acted according to his feelings. He shook his head. I don't know the humans here. I'm just interested in you. Fight with me, and if you win, you can leave. Are you trying to stall for time? Blackwater frowned. Wang, who was not good with words. He had probably been like that in the past and now. The habit of using fists to communicate was already deeply ingrained in his bones, as if it was an instinct. At this moment, without saying a word, he flew over and gave a kick. Why is this guy beating me up just like that? Blackwater was shocked. However, the opponent's speed and pressure made her unable to lower her guard. In the face of Wang's surprise attack, she instantly waved her hand and raised a light shield condensed by demonic power. Bang! The light shield was instantly shattered. Blackwater was suddenly horrified. She could only feel a huge wave of demonic energy rushing towards her like a flood. She hurriedly hugged Julizi and shrunk her body. Her body was sent flying by the force of this attack and violently smashed into the wall. Elder sister! Julizi cried out in horror. Blackwater's mouth spilled a trace of blood. She slowly took a breath and adjusted her breathing. At the same time, she put Big Pig down. You hide. Sister will deal with this big guy. It will be done soon. Although she said so, she was more or less not confident in her heart. This one-armed guy, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. However, Wang, who did not take advantage of this moment to attack again, he just waited quietly until Blackwater was ready. Then he took another step forward. Are you ready? If you're ready, then go all out. Otherwise, you might die. A lunatic who only knows how to fight. Blackwater snorted coldly. She could be sure that there was no old grudge between her and the opponent. They did not even know each other. This guy did not show any hostility, only the desire to fight. She waved her hand, and a sword appeared out of thin air. The demonic power in her body was also crazily increasing. It was almost at the same level as the pressure brought by Wang, who at this time. Good. Wang, who was delighted. The two simply fought like this. The concrete of the underground superpower research room could not even resist the pressure of the terrifying demonic power released by them. Under the huge destructive power of the two, the foundation seemed to be in imminent danger. The vibration spread all the way, making the whole building become turbulent at this time. The demonic cloud in the sky became bigger and bigger, forming a vortex. Two huge demonic powers were seen rushing straight to the sky. At the moment when this terrifying scene appeared, the two agents of the administration, Lu Mingho and Wei Zidao, who had rushed all the way here, also arrived at the scene. Oh my God! There are at least two monsters at the level of big demons fighting. The two looked up in horror. Outside the building, two shadows were circling the building at this moment. Every time they fought, the aftermath was like a giant hammer that demolished the building, directly smashing part of the building into pieces. Damn it! Is this calculated? Wei Zidao cursed at this time. Consultant Long just left, and they are already causing trouble? One of them seems to be Wang Hu. Lu Mingho was anxious in his heart. Saving people is more important. Bubugao said that there are many injured people below. This unknown big demon. Let Wang Hu deal with it first. With that, Lu Mingho hurriedly rushed into the building. I must go back and find out the origin of Wang Hu. Wei Zidao gritted his teeth and followed. A big demon, level monster, already required more than a few high-level agents to deal with. He and Lu Mingho were only at the beginner level, and the other was at the intermediate level. It was simply another bottle of luck. No one knew what was going on. In an instant, it was like an earthquake. The moment Chang Yun chased out and caught up with Chenair, it was the moment of this drastic change. No matter if it was him or Chenair, they were only flesh and blood. Facing the collapsed concrete, they were extremely fragile. But it was unknown whether Chang Yin was not destined to die, or Chenair really had the ability to seek luck and avoid disaster. In such a collapsed environment, the two of them were not hurt at all. Damn it! This road is also blocked. Chenair cursed in a low voice. It was another road that was blocked because of the collapse. We are not going to be buried alive here, right, Master Chen? Chun Yun grabbed Chinair's arm as if he was a lifesaver. He really wanted to get rid of this guy. It was time to run for his life. Is there no other way? Chinair stared at Chung Yun and asked fiercely, I don't want to wait for death here. Chung Yun panicked and said quickly, there may be another way in the research area on the other side. Then hurry up and lead the way. Chinair shouted sternly. Chung Yun shuddered and hurriedly ran to the other end of the super passage. After running for a while, Chung Yun suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Why is there a hole here? Great, we don't need to take a detour. We can go through directly. It was not just a hole in the wall. There were similar holes in front of each wall. The two of them were pleasantly surprised to find that, along the way, the environment gradually became less damaged. Master Chin, you are right. We are indeed in big trouble. Fortunately, I chased you out, or I might be buried alive like them. Chung Yun still had a lingering fear and admired Chinair even more. He felt that these geomancy guys were the most reliable. When we get out of here, I will definitely thank you. Let's talk about it later. Chinair answered casually. Chung Yun smiled, but his smile soon froze. At the end of the passage, a figure was lying on the ground with a large amount of blood flowing out. It was second young master. Young master! Chung Yun screamed in horror, rolling to Zhong Luochen's side. Young master? Young master! Wake up! Wake up! Young master! Chinair frowned and walked in, but he was upset by Chung Yun's howling. Stop shouting! Second young master Zhong is dead. Look at the wound. Does he look like a man who can survive? The bloody hole in the chest was so eye-catching. Chung Yun's hands were trembling, and then he found that his hands were covered with Zhong Luochen's blood. He was startled. When he looked at Zhong Luochen again, he found that the second young master's eyes weren't closed. Instead, he was staring at him. Chung Yun screamed and pushed the cold corpse away. What should we do? Young master is dead. What can we do? Chinair said angrily, Do you want to stay here and be buried with him? Are you going or not? Go. I can't go. Chung Yun trembled and stood up, grabbing Chinair's arm with both hands. Second young master can't die. He can't die. Master, save him. You must have a way to save him, right? You must have a way, Master Chen. Do you think I'm an immortal? Chinair swung his arms. Your young master is dead. I can prolong his life, but at least he has to be alive. No, Master Chin. You have to save second young master. You have to save him. Chung Yun's face turned pale. If second young master doesn't come back, we can't live anymore, really. Old master won't let me go, and won't let you go either. Master Chin. The old master loves the second young master the most. He will do anything for him. You see, the second young master obviously wasn't smashed to death. He must have been killed. The old master will definitely know. I said, Zhong Luochen is dead. He can't be saved. Leave me alone. No. Chung Yun trembled. This is my only bridge. If it is broken, I can't go anywhere. No, you can't go. His expression became ferocious in an instant. His hands desperately pressed down on Chinair's shoulders, and he actually roared. F***CK, do you really think you're a big shot? Chinair kicked Chung Yun's abdomen with his knee, making him bend over and retch painfully. If you want to die, keep it for yourself, humph. Ignoring Chung Yun, Chinair looked around, trying to find a way out. Chung Yun stared blankly at Zhong Luochen, who died with his eyes wide open. He sat down on the ground, as if he had lost everything in an instant. Gone. Nothing. Everything is gone. Second young master, I'm sorry, I have to go too. It's not that I don't want to save you. I also want to live. At most, when you become a ghost, I'll burn more things for you. You don't come to me. Chinair suddenly thought of something, turning around and looking at Chung Yun, who was out of his wits. What did you say? I said, I also want to go. I also want to live. Chung Yun trembled. Master Chin, don't leave me. I have money. I really have money. I have saved a lot of money these years. Not this sentence, the last sentence. Don't come to me. The first two sentences. Burn more things for me after I become a ghost. Got it. Chin Er turned around and walked to the side of Zhong Luochen's corpse. He squatted down and stretched out his fingers to press on Zhong Luochen's neck. Then he opened Zhong Luochen's eyes and looked at his scattered pupils. Master Chin? At this time, Chin Er's eyes lit up and he said, I can't save the person, but I can try to save the ghost. Ghost? Chin Er nodded. Have you heard of raising ghosts? He just died. His 3 souls and 7 spirits should still be there. I can try to summon his soul, then raise his ghost with the method of raising ghosts. Chun Yin was surprised and happy. Then can he return to the living world? Have you watched too many movies? Have you heard that the dead can't be brought back to life? Chin Er snorted. This is yin and yang, the 5 elements, the law of heaven and earth. Even if there is a way to return to the living world, it will be punished by heaven. Do you know about the punishment of heaven? The kind that will turn into charcoal when struck by lightning. Besides, my master didn't teach me that. I can only summon his soul and raise ghosts. How about it? It's up to you. If you don't, I'll find a way out right now. Chin Yin gritted his teeth. Master Chin, you do it. Chin Er nodded. He was also a decisive character. Hearing this, he directly bit his finger and drew a Taoist seal with blood on Zhong Luochen's forehead. After that, he shouted, You lift his body. There is nothing here. I can't do anything. I have to leave here, go back to my villa. I need to find some props and perform the ritual. The villa that Chen Er inherited from Huang Qifa was not far, only a dozen kilometers away. Chun Yin quickly nodded, swallowing his saliva and carrying Zhong Luochen's body, Master Chen, this way. I remember, there is an emergency passage here. Bang! A black shadow fell from the sky, like a meteor. It crashed into the building from the top, breaking through 5 or 6 floors in a row before stopping. Black water spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was entangled by a few rigid roots. She looked at the broken holes above. Wang, who was standing on the upper floor, looking down. Your technique is too bad. Wang, who shook his head. You have a body full of monster energy, but don't know how to use it. What a waste. I only used less than 30% of your strength. At this moment, Blackwater's monster nature was floating. 2 sharp teeth were exposed from her black lips. Her pupils became vertical, and she struggled to stand up. Wang, who stretched out 5 fingers, aiming at Blackwater, and suddenly clenched them into a fist. If you don't show me some ability, I might really kill you. Don't let me down. She was about to remember something. His fighting spirit rose higher and higher. Wang, whose heart was filled with ruthlessness. At this moment, it was like a new sprout that was about to break through the soil. He had a feeling that he was about to recall something. As long as the demon in front of him could give him a serious look, as long as it was a satisfying battle, the monster cloud in the sky suddenly vibrated. The huge monster cloud whirlpool was spinning crazily, and an even more powerful and ruthless monster energy rushed to the sky from Blackwater. That huge demonic aura burst out like a strong wind, blowing the surrounding sand and stones like bullets, hitting Wang Hu's body. He suddenly laughed. Facing the huge demonic aura that was like a monstrous wave, there was a slight change in his body. The royal pattern that represented the white tiger flickered on his forehead. In the center of the monster energy whirlpool, Blackwater's vertical pupils turned into golden fragments. Her legs had disappeared, leaving only half of her black snake body. Behind her, the huge monster energy faintly condensed into a bigger shadow. It was also a snake head and a human body. The earth began to shake at this moment. It started from this building and spread to the surroundings. Descendants of Empress Wa, Wang Hu whispered to himself. He didn't know what the sentence meant, but he said it subconsciously, as if it was some kind of instinct hidden in his memory. The divine beast, white tiger blood in his body, seemed to be stimulated at this moment, and it surged crazily. Ha 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 ha! Wang Hu looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking forward to the next battle. The white tiger beast god transformation in his body was activated automatically and directly reached the second transformation level. A terrifying monster energy that didn't belong to Blackwater's monster energy burst out at this moment. The two peerless monster energies, with this as the center, spread the monster cloud in the sky in an instant. The earthquake also escalated at this moment. The two fierce monster energies collided crazily at this moment, and the upper floor of the building was instantly crushed into pieces. But their monster energies were still increasing, and they hadn't reached the peak yet. The real collision would happen when both of them increased their monster energies to the limit. Soon. But at this moment, when their monster energies were about to rise to the point where they had no choice but to explode, a chain of cold light directly broke the monster cloud in the sky and shot down instantly. That chain shot out and split into hundreds of chains in an instant, like a curtain of rain. They shot out together, directly ignoring the terrifying demonic power, and wrapped around Wang Hu and Blackwater respectively, directly crushing the terrifying demonic power of both of them. In the room, Luochio, who slept with his clothes on, slowly opened his eyes and said faintly, "This is the city it wants to protect."